these farmers. Farmers, farmers is not scared of having the lion in a sugarcane field because on the contrary it helps her. It keeps away the other animals like nilgai, wild boars, which do more of damage to the crops. So as long there is a lion in the sugarcane field, all these two animals will not come near. It helps indirectly the man and without hurting the man. Without hurting the man. There is not a single instance so far wherein a lion has chased a man and killed him. In the entire history of lion, no, not a single animal has been declared as a man-eater. So this is also again a characteristic of the man, a characteristic of the animal which has learned how to live with the man. Thank you. I will welcome questions. My email address is there. And if anybody wants to have any more information, it will be my pleasure. I am thankful to the organizer and especially to you, Jaya. I was very nervous because you see, I am not expert in handling these sort of conferences on laptop. So you have helped me a lot. Thank you very much. Great help from you.
Thank you, sir. Thank
Thanks a
you
lot.
for inspiring the young crowd. You have tamed the software also, like the way you've handled human-lion conflict. So this online portal is no big threat. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for inspiring and accepting our invitation to be the keynote speaker. Yeah, over to Rebecca and Ishwant.
And coming up, we have presidential address by Dr. Beatrice Sequeira, Dean, School of Life Sciences, St. Joseph's College, Autonomous. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. A very good morning to one and all present here. On behalf of the management, Rector, Father Sweeper De Silva, the Principal, Father Dr. Victor Lobo, Registrar, Dr. Melvin Colasso, staff and students of the Zoology Department of St. Joseph's College Autonomous, it's an honor for me to deliver the presidential address on this annual National Virtual Conference on Recent Trends in Animal Behavior, organized by the Ethological Society of India in association with the Natural Science Association of the Zoology Department, St. Joseph's College. The long-term survival of some of the world's most iconic species, including elephants and tigers, is at risk from a significant and escalating threat, human-wildlife conflict. As we all know, human-wildlife conflict is when encounters between humans and wildlife lead to negative results such as loss of property, livelihoods, and even life. Defensive and retaliatory killing may eventually drive these species to extinction. These encounters not only result in suffering for both people and wildlife immediately impacted by the conflict, they can also have a global reach with groups such as sustainable development agencies and business feelings its residual effects. The scope of the issue is significant and truly global, but we are nowhere near being able to address it at the scale needed. The question always seems to linger, whose resource is it anyways? The costs of living with wildlife are unevenly distributed and disproportionately fall on communities that often face systematic barriers and have incomes well below the poverty line and access to few economic opportunities, while the global community benefits from healthy wildlife populations and healthy ecosystems that allow us to survive, provide food, enable livelihoods. In order to reduce human-wildlife conflict, we must reassess the relationship and especially the direct interactions between people and wildlife to improve our coexistence in the future. We need to adopt approaches that identify and address the deeper underlying causes of conflict while developing systemic, context-specific solutions with affected communities as active and equal participants in the process. As demonstrated in many of the case studied till date, coexistence is both possible and attainable. Mitigation talks, compensations, and forums have been established right since when the issue has arisen. But probably most have gone unanswered or gone frore, since man's needs never end. The unanswered matter remains: man accumulates for greed and animals for need. I am sure this conference will open up a lot of scope to deeper understanding of this very intricate concept of conflict between the creations of the Almighty. I'm glad to be a witness to the involvement of such learned people into this confluence, and I hope it brings forth much more information and useful events in the future. I take this opportunity to thank the Ethological Society, Dr. Shakuntala, our chief guest, Dr. Dhriti Banerjee, the keynote speaker of the day, Dr. Verma, the members of the organizing committee for having organized this national virtual conference in association with the Zoology Department and all the fellow participants. My best wishes to all of you and the National Science Association, Department of Zoology, St. Joseph's College. I thank the Ethological Society of India for sponsoring this conference. Thank you all. Thank you, Jaishankar. Over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ashwant, Rebecca.
Thanks a lot, ma'am. The speech was really insightful, and also thanks a lot, Verma sir, for giving the information about the human conflict with lions and about their habitat in Gujarat. Coming up, we have vote of thanks by Dr. Jaishankar sir, HOD of Department of Zoology, Shivkumar sir by St. Joseph's College, Autonomous.
Yeah, thank you, Ashwant. Yeah, it gives me pleasure to render the vote of thanks uh, for this inaugural session this morning of the two-day National Virtual Conference on Recent Trends in Animal Behavior. Uh, First, I would like to place on record my gratitude to the management of St. Joseph's College, Father Principal Dr. Victor Lobo S.J., the Registrar Dr. Melvin Colasso, the Dean of School of Life Sciences, Dr. Beatrice Sequeira. Madam also readily agreed to render the presidential address for today's national conference. I would also like to thank the President of Ethological Society of India, Dr. Shakuntala Sridhara, the Executive Secretary in charge, Dr. Manjula, all the Executive Committee members for their cooperation, willingness to associate with the Natural Science Association, Department of Zoology in organizing this two-day national conference, the 44th in line organized by ESI. It gives me immense pleasure to thank and place on record gratitude on behalf of the department and the association to our chief guest, Dr. Dhriti Banerjee, the Director Zoological Survey of India, uh, having accepted our invitation to be the chief guest for the inaugural ceremony, and also inspiring young researchers to pursue career in documenting faunal diversity and related aspects on zoology. I'm also thankful to our keynote speaker during the inaugural ceremony, Dr. D.P.S. Verma. Sir is always motivating, encouraging young minds, and that's also was visible during his address on his work on mitigating human-lion conflict in Gujarat, the last abode of the Asiatic lion. I'm also placing on record thanks to Dr. Beatrice Sequeira, Dean of School of Life Sciences, St. Joseph's College, for accepting our invitation to render the presidential address. And I thank all the staff member of the Department of Zoology in organizing, in working behind the screen, in bringing out the proceedings of this conference or making this happen. Also, thanks to all the Natural Science Association office bearers, volunteers who have been toiling day and night in putting together all the things that has ultimately culminated in the start on the proceedings of this conference. I thank the student coordinators Rebecca, Yashwant, Sumant, Nandita, and Maria Anjum for their efforts in organizing the conference. I would place on record the gratitude to all the chairpersons who have agreed to chair different sessions during this two-day conference, all the participants from across the country, scientists, faculty members, research scholars, undergraduate and postgraduate students, people involved in wildlife management, the non-governmental organizations. Thank you, all of you, for your participation. Thanks to the scholars and students who will be presenting their research work as part of oral presentations, poster presentations, and we have also made a provision of info poster presentation presenting the review work by undergraduate and postgraduate students. This should be serving as a launchpad to such aspiring students interested in the field of animal behavior. We have received research papers from different parts of the country, from Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, Rajasthan, Gujarat, Bihar, Kerala, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, even from the Northeast. Thanks to all the participants for being part of this conference and to share your findings in this platform on the 44th annual conference of DSI on recent trends of animal behavior with the focal theme on human-animal conflict. So thank you all. With this, we come to the end of the inaugural ceremony. As per the schedule, it should be the break now, and we are exactly on dot 11:30 to 11:45. We break for tea and resume the plenary one on human-animal interactions from 11:45. So where we have Dr. H.S. Prayag, Assistant Professor, Department of Animal Genetics and Breeding, Veterinary College, Hebbal, Karnataka, addressing us on human-animal interactions. So take a break, relax, and get back to the plenary one. And I request all the oral and poster presentations for session 1, 2, and poster presentation in the evening to be ready. And also another announcement before we break for tea is that if anybody is interested who are listed for tomorrow's oral and info poster can text me, reach out to me if we are willing to do it today itself. This considering the emergency visit that Mr. Avinash has today, who was supposed to render the plenary 2 at 3:45, will be shifted tomorrow. So we have the slot free. So I request if there are presenters who are willing to present it today instead of tomorrow can text me. Already I've received some of the presentations. I'll be happy to know if there are some more. Okay, thank you all. Enjoy this break and get back. Let's get back to the plenary at 11:45. Thank you all. Uh, don't leave the meeting. You can stay on because rejoining is another exercise. You can just turn off your video and mic and take a break. Just one. Sir, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
In the meeting, in the Teams, sir.
I can
Jaishankar?
Yes, ma'am.
Uh, Prayag has sent a message.
Yes, ma'am. Sir is sending me the
Oh, yes,
PPT.
that
I will be
he is
sharing it.
sending a PPT,
Yes, ma'am.
which will open effortlessly.
Correct.
I hope you have received it. I
Yes,
have
ma'am. I'm sending
forwarded
my
also.
PPT. Yeah, yeah. Okay, ma'am.
That's one thing. Secondly, is what happens to the release of abstract book?
Yeah, I totally forgot with the welcome address. Yeah, we will release it, ma'am. After Dr. Prag, or once we start the session from
Okay.
you,
Uh,
I will ask Sumant to play. Sumant, you're there? Okay, I will take Sumant to share
Yes,
it.
sir.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
Sumant,
one thing.
the front page of the abstract can
Have
be.
the delegates received the abstract book?
No, ma'am. Now,
Draft
after the release of this, we will post it to them.
they will get, because
Yes,
having an abstract book in hand
it's better.
helps us to
Have the
understand better
knowledge.
what the
Correct.
speakers are going to speak.
Exactly. Exactly.
Huh?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you just if the book is ready, try
We'll post it.
to mail it to all the participants,
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
including
After
me.
the after the release
Okay,
by you,
okay.
we will ask.
Thank you, and congratulations for the whole team, and especially
Yes.
to you.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. I'll convey to
You
all.
pulled it off.
Yeah, your guidance, it kept it going. We'll have
Okay,
another day to go. Thank you, ma'am.
okay. Thank you.
Hello. Hello.
Yes. And who's
I'm
this?
Dr. Ramakrishna.
Yes, sir. Yes.
I'm former director Zoological Survey of India. I'm
Hello,
located
sir.
in Bangalore.
Hello, sir. I hope you remember was in communication with you a long time. Yes, sir. How are you,
Yeah,
sir?
sure. Just I was there for the entire beginning from the
In
beginning
okay.
of your conference till now.
Yes, sir.
I'm
Thank
extremely
you, sir.
happy that you have done very exceedingly well.
Thank you, sir. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
kind words. Yes.
Sure. I'm really happy about it. Everything
Thank you
going
very
on
much,
very
sir.
well.
Yes. Yes, sir. Good work. These words of encouragement are very much needed when it comes from elders like you and experts in the field. Thank you, sir. Thank you very
Oh,
much.
thank you so much, Dr. Jaishankar.
Welcome back, participants. It's 11:45. It's an humble request. We will do technically from our side to turn off your mic and video, but please also be mindful and cautious of not turning on your mic and video unless and until you don't want your private conversation to be aired publicly. Okay, it's going national. Now, we are starting with the first plenary, resuming after the tea break. We have plenary one. The topic is on human-animal interactions, as I said before, by Dr. H.S. Prayag, Assistant Professor, OPG, Department of Animal Genetics and Breeding, Veterinary College, Hebbal, Karnataka, Veterinary Animal Fishery Sciences University, Bengaluru. So with the start of the plenary, we are also releasing the book of abstracts. I request Mr. Sumant to display the front page of the book of abstracts. All the participants on the WhatsApp group will be provided. The material of all the abstract book will be shared with you. As I already mentioned, that we had got a wonderful uh, uh, response from different participants across the country. We received around 80 abstracts. There were some corrections to be made, and some both from our end as well and from the participants end. So most of them are getting rectified. So what we intended to do is to share with you the copy that we have drafted on the WhatsApp group. If there is any edits, you can get back to us. The final one will be furnished and provided to all the participants. Here you see the front page of the Book of Abstracts. I now cordially invite Dr. Shakuntala Sridhara, the President, Ethological Society of India, to announce the release of the abstract book formally, after which it will be shared on the WhatsApp group. Ma'am, over to you in announcing the Book of Abstracts, the release.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, everybody. I welcome you all to the post-tea session. We'll start with the release of the abstract book. As Jaishankar told you, it is a draft copy only. It needs little bit more of additions, deletions, and editing, after which it will be mailed to all the participants. Right now, we will have a copy of this. Now, I have the pleasure of releasing this abstract book of 44th Annual Conference of on Animal Behavior. Wish you all the best. Have a look into the book and give your feedback. Thank you, and thank you, Jaishankar and Sumant.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. The mind, the brain work that has gone in is by Mr. Sumant, one of the student coordinator of the national conference on animal behavior. This is something special that we literally tell of, that most of these conferences has a teacher coordinator, in this case me, and we involve the student volunteers, the office bearers from Natural Science Association. They spearhead the running of the event. As you see, most of it is run by them. So this is a priority given to students to provide a platform for them to get launched. They are talented, and I'm thankful to all of them in organizing and being part of this conference. I request one of the student coordinator to share the PowerPoint presentation of Dr. H.S. Prayag, and also the introduction of Dr. H.S. Prayag, the plenary one.
So by the time the PPT is shared, can I introduce Dr. Prayag, sir?
Yes, please.
Okay. So first of all, thank you, Dr. Jaishankar and Dr. Sridharan for saying such kind words about me. It was my pleasure to work on the abstract book as well as the other documents. Thank you. And I'll be introducing the first plenary speaker of the day. Dr. H.S. Prayag. Dr. Prayag is a Master in Veterinary Science specializing in animal breeding and genetics from Karnataka Veterinary and Fisheries Science University, Bidar. He is also a PG diploma holder in Wild Animal Disease Management from Tamil Nadu Veterinary and Animal Sciences University, Chennai, and he is a PhD from Karnataka Veterinary Animal and Fisheries Science University, Bidar, and Wildlife Institute of India, Dehradun. In addition, he is a MS in Psychology and Psychotherapy from Kuvempu University, Shimoga. He has worked as a veterinary officer, Department of Animal Husbandry and Veterinary Sciences, Government of Karnataka, and also as a veterinary officer at the Mysuru Zoo. At present, he is a senior veterinary officer, Karnataka Forest Department, and a faculty member in the Veterinary College, Bengaluru. Dr. Prayag has been working on wildlife since 2003 in different capacities. He has participated in the tiger and elephant census conducted by the Karnataka Forest Department, big mammal census conducted by the Tamil Nadu Forest Department. He has participated in multiple workshops. Some of them include workshop on emerging wildlife infectious diseases conducted by the United States Agency for International Development (USAID), Elonian and reptile workshop conducted by the Madras Crocodile Bank, Chennai, and the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation workshop on immobilization, capture, and transport of wild animals. Dr. Prayag is passionately involved in human-wildlife conflict mitigation and has been a team member in capture release of more than 30 leopards, 8 tigers, and 5 elephants. He is routinely involved in different state forest departments and zoos as a team member in mitigation operations. He is also specialized in treatment of sick wildlife, forensic studies of wild animals, genetic characterization of large carnivores, wild animal disease diagnosis, and the management of rescued and rehabilitated wild animals. Wildlife toxicology and epizootiology of wildlife are his other interests. Currently, he has completed a project on human leopard conflict for the Karnataka Forest Department and DNA barcoding of giraffe in the Indian Zoo and their genetic characterization. Welcome, sir, and we'll be presenting a talk on human-wildlife conflict. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I would like to thank Shakuntala ma'am for giving me this opportunity and Dr. Jaishankar sir for the opportunity. So can you just blow it up, sir, the presentation? Yep. Hello?
Yes, sir. They will be. They are now
Yes, sir. That'll be
sharing it
done.
full screen. Yes.
Yep.
In a while.
Yep. Thank you. To begin with, as we know, earlier we used to call it as human-animal conflict, but of late, the scientific community have come to understanding that we should not use the word conflict, so we'll be calling it as human-animal interaction. The interaction would be positive, negative, or neutral. Next slide, please. So the different dimensions for human-animal interaction. First, we see in the paper like we see animal on daily basis, leopard killed a person, or leopard has been caught, or elephant has entered a city, or tiger has killed a person. So loss of human life and injury. Then we see, especially in the protected areas, if there's a damage, we don't call it damage, but when they come into the human habitation, especially the farmers are the most affected because throughout the year they work hard to get the crops, and the elephant raids the crops and there's a crop loss and property damage. Anytime you see herd of elephants entering human habitation, it leads to property damage. And once there's a conflict or interaction, there'll be law and order situation where we request the district administration and the police department to maintain law and order situation. And in the retaliation, what humans do is we cause loss for the wildlife. How we cause the loss of the wildlife is either we electrocute it, especially the village people. Once the animal has entered human habitation or raided the crops, what they use is they use the current to further fencing. It leads to electrocution, or sometimes the hanging of wire lines by electric boards. that will lead to electrocution, or especially in some estates, especially in Chikmagalur or in Kodagu or other estates, the people shoot the elephants or the wildlife if they damage the crops. And in the village condition, we do see a lot of people poisoning the carcasses which the carnivore are eaten, tigers or leopards when they destroy their livestock, eat them, and these farmers in return they poison with the locally available pesticides or chemicals they use for farming. So, and these snares, especially the poachers, they use the snares to capture this because especially the pelts of tiger, leopard, and the tusk of elephant are in great demand in the international market. Next slide, please. So, what are the causes for these conditions? Land use, land cover change outside the notified area of forest. Development activities in the form of mining is very rampant nowadays. Now, at least it's under control with the policies. Quarrying, roads, railways, man-made reservoirs, human habitation, etc. And definitely because of Project Tiger and other projects, there has been increase in certain wildlife populations. The classical example is tigers, and even in the blackbirds, we see a lot of blackbirds increased in population, and population stabilization with marginal increase in case of elephants. As per the latest census reports, there has been increase in elephants as well. And this is the main cause of worry for us, that is loss of corridors and migratory path for long ranging animal, especially elephants, tigers, gaur, and blackbuck, and increased disturbance in the periphery of protected areas. And there's a proliferation of weeds, invasive weeds like Lantana camara, Pteroium, Parthenium, Cassia spectabilis, and other species. And from past, this is a slide we made 5 years back. So there was 4 years continuous drought, which induced shortage of water and fodder in the habitats. Next slide, please. So coming to the animals which are involved in conflict or interaction, major in Karnataka are in the order of priority: elephants, tiger, leopard, sloth bear, black buck, gaur, bonnet macaque, and wild boar. Next slide, please. So what are the areas throughout Karnataka? We have one or other species in the particular district. So we have classified based on our research. So elephants, we see conflict in Bangalore rural, Ramnagara, Chamanagara, Mysore district, Kodagu, Hasana, and Chikmagalur. So I have worked in all the districts when I was working for Karnataka Forest Department, and every day during migratory thing, we would be like, getting calls that elephants have come here, and even the TVs have been blazing news that we see herd of elephant. It was very much in Bangalore when I joined the forest department. We saw from Hosur a herd of elephants in electronic city. So through Bannerghatta, there's a corridor now which has been broken. Probably Rocha people, when they do it tomorrow, they will be able to throw some more light on that. Then tiger especially when it starts breeding like October, November, December till February, in the districts of Mysore, Kodagu, and Chikmagalur, where I worked extensively during my tenure at Forest Department, Karnataka. It was everyday affair once they start breeding, like in October to March. And the Chikbargi case was a classical example where the people went bazaar and they burnt guest houses. Additional chief secretary had come there. Vehicles were burnt, and it was really a run-out situation. The topmost cop had to come, then control the situation there. Then you see leopard. Every day you open any newspaper, in one part of the city in Karnataka, you will find leopard being captured, or leopard had taken the livestock, or leopard mauled a baby. Especially recently during COVID, this was very rampant in Ramnagara, where a small baby was killed. So it's very rampant in the Kolar, Bengaluru, Mandya, Mysore, Bellary, Chikmagalur, Tumkur, Chitradurga, and we can add Ramanagara, which has been latest addition to it. Sloth bear, we commonly see sloth bear in Tumkur, Davangere, Chitradurga, Bellary, and Ramanagara also we can add to this. Gaur seen in Udupi and Mangalore region, and black buck Avery district, Gadag, Koppal, Raichur, and Bidar. Bonnet macaque very much in Bangalore. You got a latest news where in Bangalore Ramaya College it was electrocuted and few were poisoned in Hassan as well as in Kolar. So it's very much in most part of the state wild boars. They are being treated like a vermin, but thankfully there have been pros and cons when you declare a wild boar as a vermin. We'll come to that later. Next, please. So map, I think is not playing the. When you go next, skip it. Just a distribution of the same thing. So you can see the human deaths and property loss. When I mentioned dimensions, you can see over a period of 5 years, the data what we are collecting and working there. So crop damage, the compensation was 705. This is in lakhs. So cattle loss, how much the compensation is paid. Human injury, how much is paid. Permanent disability, how much is paid. Human death cases, the compensation was increased for 5 lakhs when BJP government was in power. Vedurpasa was there. When in the Mysore, 2 elephants came and one ATM watchman was mauled to death. So that time the compensation was increased for 5 lakhs. Then property loss. So this gives an idea of the human deaths and property loss due to human wildlife interactions. Next slide, please. This is exact government data what I'm giving you. So what are the measures the government has taken, the forest department has taken? So barricading the wildlife areas, elephant-proof trenches have been dug, solar fencing have been used, and latest addition when we were there, when we proposed use of railway barricade, I will come to pros and cons of both. Special structures, especially solar hangings, have been very successful in Bandipur region. So I will take up the questions like, are they really effective? No. So human wildlife mitigation doesn't have one single pronged approach. It has a multi-pronged approach. In some cases, EPD has not worked. Then we add to it. Having EPT, then having solar fencing. So we have multi-pronged approach. So elephants are very smart animals. In spite of having barricade, in some cases we have seen the elephant getting stuck in the barricade itself, or they cross over the barricades. Whatever you make, they cross over. So every time you have to be innovative. We have beehives, we have chili powder ropes. So it's evolving process. There's no one solution. Exact amount, but we are giving ex gratia payment for the crop loss or life. Well, life is invaluable. You can't give 5 lakhs and tell it's compensation for the life. No. So it's ex gratia amount, and the rates are revised at regular intervals. As I told you earlier, it was 2 lakhs. Now over a period of time, now it has reached 5 lakhs, and they have another component where they give employment in the government sector. And anti-depression camps and rapid response teams have been formed. Capture and taming of problem elephants, tigers, leopards, where as a doctor I am actively involved. So it's a talk by itself, but it's one of the mitigation measures. Though it's not a permanent solution, that what we do in case of emergencies. Many people tell, in spite of capturing of elephants in Hassan, why the conflict is still, interaction is still maintained there. We'll come to that in the question and Q&A session. Next. Next slide, please. So what are the mitigation measures the forest department and the government has been doing? So new thinking when we joined, so earlier there was a traditional method of following, but when we have a great officers like Manoj Kumar sir, BP Ravi sir, and all the great visionaries who had a new thinking. So they sat together, we had a brainstorming session with all the stakeholders. We came with new thinking, early alert and networking through mobile phones, that is implemented very much in Kodagu as well as in Hassan. Promoting private forest in the form of private conservancy. Somehow this was the thought, but it didn't materialize because of a policy decision. It was not materialized. Immunosterilization to regulate population certain species, restricting to problematic areas. Again, this went to court, and it's still debatable in scientific community. corridor restoration through land acquisition, yeah, very much successful. WTI has come forward and they have acquired land in the elephant corridors. That's the one beautiful thing WTI has been doing. The elephant is concerned. Next. WTI stands for Wildlife Trust of India. Yeah, you can see death of wild animals from past 5 years. So earlier I gave a statistics about human loss. Here you can see how many animals, wild animals have died for both natural as unnatural means. Tiger, starting 2012-13, I joined Forest Department 23. So there was a dip in 2013-14 because we worked extensively with that time. We had a great team then. So we somehow tiger we could minimize the death, but over a period of time again is back to square. I do believe that as the officers change, as the things change, the team changes, because that one drawback what I found was there's no permanent structure of veterinarians in forest department. So currently there are only 5 veterinarians. That would be one of the reason, maybe other causes. Leopards 38 was number when we joined. Later things became stabilized again. It's back to square. Then at GOR 46, over a period of time it has increased, not reduced. Only in 14-15 it was 32, but later on it again increased. Then we have sloth bear. Sloth bear was a big problem. Hello. Hello. I'm audible.
Yes, sir, you're audible. Go ahead.
Yeah, sloth bear was a big problem in Tumkur. There's no vet there. Then thankfully my colleague, we trained him and Murli went there. You can see a dip next year around 13-14. It was 7 maintained. It has been consistent with the bear is concerned. These, because like these, what happens is they suffer from a condition called capture myopathy. So when you capture a deer by physical or chemical thing, if they get into capture myopathy, it's very rare that they survive. So there has been not much change as far as deer and sambar is concerned, because both animals, they suffer from capture myopathy. Next slide, please. So we were working extensively on elephants. This is the data of past 5 years till I was in the department. You can see 12-13, 189. That was a peak. There was a time when the committee was formed, the forest minister and all stakeholders were involved in the discussion in Hassan rather than Mysore. So over a period of time, it has drastically reduced from 189 to 27 when I left the department. Natural causes, because we were documenting each and every death happening. Electrocution over a period of time decreased, but during 14-15 there has been an increase. Whereas gunshot, we try to minimize. Again, like you see, when I joined, it was 4, reduced to 3-2. Again, for some reasons, we are unable to know why gunshot and poisons again raised to 7 and 5 later on. So overall, you see, 2007 was a number. In 2012-13, it has drastically reduced to 33 over a period of time. Yeah. Next slide, please. So action taken to prevent death of wild animals, networking of anti-poaching camps and strengthening the camps through better communication technology. We very happy to tell that BRT where I worked, the technology was so advanced. Uli and a lot of other safe software were apps were developed by local staff there. Abhimanyu was one of the person behind it. So apps were made, technological savvy staff were there. Enhancing water availability in PS. So what happens is when drought happened, animals come out when there is no fodder and water. So though it's debatable, some people agree that putting the water in the water hole constructed is not right thing, but we saw it works. So what works, whether the conservationist or the scientific community may be divided over the opinion, but as a managemental people working inside a thing, we are only concerned about these animals should stay within the forest area as much as possible, not venture outside. So some people tell why you create artificial water holes inside the forest area. So, but it worked in some landscapes, so they're continuing still. Some people may argue on that, but it works. Creation of new water holes. desilting of lakes, filling lakes through solar-powered borewells. These all were done, and in some landscape, it did give results. There's a habitat improvement. Where the place where I worked, the BRT Tiger Reserve, a lot of lantana was there. The habitat was increased. Now you can see the difference there. Barricading and prevention of wild entering human habitation. In certain PA, it was very successful. In certain, it was not. I do take that as a feedback from many people told me in spite of seeing why the animals are still coming, because entire thing can't be barricaded with the available budget they give for the wildlife division. Regulation of vehicle movement during night, especially in Bandipur, night traffic was banned. Though a number of times Kerala CM himself had been pressuring the central government and the state government to lift the ban, but it was not done. So that is a one good, beautiful thing where we could prevent the death by preventing the night ban. Regular interaction and coordination with electric supply companies for prevention. Once I remember, 13th or 14th elephant herd died because of sagging of high tension wire in Chamannagar. Then a case was filed and they were brought into books. The Supreme Court ruling also, what is the height of this electric line passing through the forest areas, protected areas like in the fringes. So they were brought to the books and things have improved over a period of time. In spite of that, I do get cases where electrocution have killed herd of elephants. But as you know, it takes time for things to get in line. But I'm very happy things have been going from worse to better, if not best. Regular combing and removal of snares around the wildlife. There are news in Nagrole a few years back. A lot of snares were there. I think it's in hundreds, if not in thousands. Hundreds of snares were removed by the forest and volunteers in the Nagrole forest area. Next slide, please. So one more thing we see is forest fires, especially Bandipur has been hotspot where there's a clash between the local community and the forest staff. So you can see the Bandipur are the highest area where the forest fire consumed the entire flora and fauna. So followed by Nagrole Tiger Reserve, Anekat Forest, Titimati Forest, Dadarve, Chamundipetta, BRT Tiger Reserve, Bhadra, Shettihalli, Kali Tiger Reserve, Dandeli Wildlife Sanctuary, and Kapatagudda. So in next slide, I'll be giving the area which was affected by forest fire. Next slide, please. So details of area burned due to forest fire during the past 2 years when I working 2015. This one you can see the area burnt highest was in Bandipur. 13 times incidents happened, covering 2.865. Number of incidents in thing increased to 19. Burnt area was 46 square kilometers. So the least was in Ranabenur Wildlife Sanctuary. Obviously, tiger reserves received the brickbats from the local people because there's always a lot of tension because they go to forest area either to harvest the firewood or other forest products illegally sometimes, and they get caught and they have a retaliation. They wait for the summer to come. They burn the forest. But now things have improved over a period of time. There's a lot of coordination meeting through village forest committee, regular patrolling. Things have I did not tell completely stopped, but it has been minimized. So that time what happens is when a forest fire happens, the animal definitely comes outside the protected areas because they have to save themselves. That time again that leads to human wildlife interactions. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. So what are the mitigation measures for this forest fire mitigation and control measures? The following are the one which really gave a good result. What is fire line clearing and early burning? Before the summer starts, the forest department does this. Establishment of fire protection camps, monitoring fire prone areas from fire towers on shift basis. It's almost 24/7. Round the clock patrolling, fire drills for the forest staff. One guy, I remember in Bandipur, was consumed by forest fire. That was very shocking for every one of us. So then later a lot of technology was brought in for this department took proactive steps after that incident. Fire drills were made compulsory before the summer, and all the latest things available in the India and abroad were implemented. SMS fire alerts through satellite, through FSI was the latest one. Addition to that, utilizing the service of fire forest during emergency, and drones were utilized to assess the entire condition. I remember Ramakorsha, who shot Wild Karnataka when he came to 2013, I believe, to 12 or 13. He showed how drone could be used to survey the entire area where the forest was burnt. And publicity and awareness camps in the villages adjoining the forest prone areas through pamphlets, posters, street plays. Nowadays, we enroll film actors like Darshan and other people who are ambassadors of forest to create awareness about wildlife as well as forest fires. And to be very honest, I know Darshan personally because I was this veterinary consultant, wildlife consultant, was working for Mysore Zoo. They don't charge 1 rupee for their awareness programs, especially Darshan and other celebrities. When they come forward for this kind of causes, even Mysore Zoo, when it was asking for donation adoption, he came forward and a lot of people joined hands, and the way wildlife and forest benefited from is being ambassador. So I should remember that gesture from Darshan. Thank you. Next one, please. So what are the issues? Continuous drought from past 4 years. This because I made this PPT 5 years back. There was 4 years continuous drought. So that was the issue. Drying up perennial streams, shortage of water and desiccation, shortage of infrastructure and resources. We had a lot of shortage of staff in the forest department then, and beds were in shortage, resource was shortage. So they all led to increase in human wildlife interaction. Inaccessibility to adopt modern means of fighting fire. After the death, this was one of the issue we took up very seriously. So later on it was addressed. Almost all forest fire are man-made. Animosity and vengeance, as I told you in the previous slides, dogmatic and wrong beliefs they have, collection of honey and MFP, the forest products, act of herdsmen for ensuring new plush of green grass in the forest. Accident of fire does happen entering forest from farmlands, setting fire to ward off wild animals by the forest dwellers. Next slide, please. So what are the new measures which was followed? Publicity and extension activities, preparation of publication, extension materials, example, pamphlets, handouts, circulars, posters, media programs through TV, radio, tapes, especially in the forest ranges, pamphlets will be distributed, circulars will be, posters will be made through media also. Popular stars will be enrolled, the celebrities will be enrolled. So through all this means there's a new awareness created. Training education in firefighting by designing appropriate syllabus for the frontline staff. Earlier, we were using old age practices to extinguish fire. Later on, when after that incidents of a staff being burnt alive in the forest fire, a lot of new things were told to them, and now it is being done in a more scientific, effective manner. Strengthening of organizational framework by restructuring unit areas, namely beats, section, and ranges. So this helped a lot during the mitigation program as well as forest fires. Next. So strategies, providing effective firefighting tools and machinery like fire beaters, forest fire shawls, fire rakes, brush tools, power blowers, backpack, pump sets, fire tenders, quick response vehicle, etc. This was one of the beautiful things after that incidents. Promotion of people participation through involvement of NGOs and village forest committees. A lot of people came from Bangalore, other agencies. They really helped us. Even my own NGO goes and helps during forest fire season. Institution towards they instituted awards actually, not only for the veterinarians as well as the other forest line friend forest line staffs also. Awards for excellent work done in forest fire prevention and protection. Developing a forest fighting contingency plan was made. Next slide, please. So what are the contingency plan made? Short-term plans, engaging additional staff for fire detection, prevention as well as fighting, engaging water tankers, earth movers, etc. Providing fire protection kits, providing timely food and water to firefighting staff. So what happened was people used to suffer with dehydration because they are fighting the fire and no water was given to them, no food was given in time. So many people would have lost their stamina by afternoon. So again, they would be waiting for the food or water to come, dehydration. Again, the forest fire would consume more forest area. So later on, it was made mandatory that they should be provided in time food, in time water. Creation of awareness. Next. So we had short, medium, and long term. In the medium term, fixing the retrofits to the existing jeeps, train the frontline staff in firefighting, solar-powered bore wells for refilling fire tenders, equipment such as power saws, water jets, and earth-moving machines were bought, improving in the wireless and communication network. Earlier, the wireless would not be working for different reasons. I don't want to get into details of it, but later on, things were brought into place. Next. Next slide, please. Okay. So when Jairam sir was PCCF, he was very much battling for this private conservancy, establishing private conservancy through private forest. The need why we should encourage private conservancies. Need to restore biological corridors, providing adequate interaction of metapopulation and food security to accommodate animals staying out of the forest areas due to increased population and dispersal. To enhance the habitat, if you want to buy the land, it's very costly. So what idea was, there are people who have private lands, coffee estate. Instead of they killing the animal, we would give them the status of private conservancy. The profit is shared. They can go for ecotourism. The profit would have been shared equally by the forest department as the owner. But unfortunately, they didn't take off. But this was a plan, and that would enhance the habitat as a means to mitigate human-wildlife conflict. Because if the animal comes into my estate, I would always kill it. Rather now, since in my private conservancy, I can invite tourists to stay in my estate in the name of ecotourism. Now I'm not to kill the tiger or elephant or this one. I do understand they death of the crops, but I'm getting compensated through government as well as the tourism, ecotourism. That was a plan. It was a win-win situation. Alternate livelihood to the farmers affected by the frequent crop depredation. Next. Especially in Mahasan and Kodagu, this was a much needed program. So what are the issues? Appropriate rules and regulation to encourage farmers and other individuals to establish conservancy by declaring the farm as private forest. Sustainability of conservancies through ecotourism. So that was a wonderful idea given by Jaram sir, then ex-PCCF. A proposal the department had submitted that time for the approval, the draft policy and draft rules under Karnataka Forest Act and Wildlife Protection Act. But unfortunately, because of different reason, this was a dream of my ex-PCCF Jairam sir. It didn't take off. We had a great discussion during human-wildlife conflict at Hassan. He came with a different, out of box thinking that instead of buying the land, if you encourage the private conservancies, they would take care of these things. But unfortunately, because of lack of political will and other reasons, it didn't take off. But I still believe that private conservancy under these acts would have definitely been a win-win situation for both the humans as well as the animals and conservation as such. I think this is the last slide, I believe. Yep. I think this is the last slide, right? Hello?
Ashwant, is this the last slide?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So this is exactly what we prepared when I was working in the forest department for the additional chief secretary then. So things have not changed much as far as the private conservation is concerned, but other things have literally taken slow but steady steps. You know how government works. So it's a very long stretched battle where we have to address issues. Human wildlife conflict is not one day work. It is a long time plan. But I'm very happy that during my tenure at Forest Department, even I am invited whenever there's a human wildlife conflict or disease diagnosis or forensics, things have really improved. I do meet a lot of people tell us things are not improved, but when I see from a perspective of government and different stakeholders, things have gone from worse to better. And this is through statistics I'm telling you, because I'm a statistical guy as well. So I do hope the future generation will take the good work done by all the good forest officers, all the stakeholders, so to take it forward. And we have a moral responsibility to add our bit of work to it by how. So when you clear the garbage and properly dispose it off, you're doing your bit. Because what happens, I've seen from my research is improper disposal of waste attracts rodents and bandicoots and other things, that attracts dogs, that attracts leopard in a city like Bangalore. So what I can do, what we can do is, don't litter when you go to forest, don't feed the monkeys. Small things, if we can do, we can definitely over a period of time mitigate. I'm not telling we can't stop it completely, because we are sharing the same resource and space. We can definitely mitigate. Next time when you litter, make sure that you clean it before you leave the forest. And the home, you keep separate dry waste and wet waste. Proper disposal is one of the things we as a citizens can do. And wherever you go, think that we share this space with the animals. So it's interaction. So let's make this interaction a positive interaction, not a negative interaction. So with this thought, I end my talk. If any questions, be very candid. I'll be very honest in telling the facts, because I believe the young generation, the graduates, post-graduation, the people here have a moral responsibility to leave this space for our generation to enjoy. Because I don't want my daughter to tell there's no tiger. I don't want my daughter to tell there's no leopard or wild animal. So please, let's save this planet, not for sake of it, because we have inherited from our forefathers. We should give it back to the next generation to come in a better way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an insightful and for me more data-oriented talk, so that we can understand the subject better. So the floor is now open for questions. Participants can either unmute themselves. Please raise your hand first and then unmute yourself, or you can also type out your questions in the chat box. I'll read them out for sir.
Yeah, ma'am, please go ahead.
Much. It was a very nice talk, especially you speaking with the experience you have gained. It was very, very informative. I have two questions. One is a doubt. What do you mean by this retrofitting of jeeps? And secondly, this private participation, private forests, it's a very good idea. But what would be the incentive for those people who would like to come forth to establish that kind of a private forest?
Okay, so answering your first question, ma'am, retrofitting of jeeps is earlier, if you see the forest jeeps, were not having all the technology which could take them to a safety place. Okay, so we studied a lot of models where in the forest areas of other countries they had a jeeps. There were four-wheel drives and they were like fireproof. Okay, so that was one design we submitted, that it should be used retrofit. Like we took the best technology available. So the forest jeep had a sprinklers. When when they're going in the forest, if the jeep itself is stuck there, the staff should be safe there. And we wanted that tarpaulin or this thing to be fire resistant material.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So because we lost one guy in the forest fire. No, we lost one guy. So blowers. When I went to Odisha, South Korea, we saw blowers. I have a great officer called Manoj Kumar sir. I sent all the things what I was when I went. I traveled to all the parts of the country where I was working for my PhD. So the best practices I saw there, I gave it. No, regarding the share thing, I don't know very much detail, but definitely it was win-win situation. Maybe it was 50-50. If the amount generated was 1 lakh, so he has to give 50 to the forest and 50 to himself. It was very much. I'm not very clear about the ratio, but definitely it was very much beneficial for the private party as well as the government, because now he's not killing the animal and he's making money, and whatever losses he is incurring through crop loss, he's getting through ecotourism. So it was beautifully drafted policy change would have been made. Proposal didn't take off. It was definitely because all the if you go to Hassan, all the coffee estate guys agree upon that. Kodugu people agree upon that. So this is workable plans are instead of, and when they agree that we are ready for this conservancy and within the rules, it was made within the rules act. There can't be no plotting the rules. So it was very much, from my perspective, it was very much pro conservation and win-win situation for both forest department as well as government and the private owners. But somehow I don't know why it didn't take off. I still bad for it.
Maybe they are apprehensive that once that kind of liberty is given, it will
Yeah,
be
yeah.
difficult to curtail further activities they may engage with.
Yes. No, like what happens, ma'am, when commerce is involved, this is the fact of anything. When money is involved, many people has many say.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the reason I feel.
Thank you.
Prayag sir, just in the context of educational institutions, I know
Yep.
whatever carcass or legal or illegal deaths that are recorded would be certainly taken care by the forest department to properly remove them or burn them or incinerate, correct?
Yeah,
Is there
yeah.
any kind of material legally being sent or shared to educational institutions for them to keep as part of museum by the forest department? Is that initiative allowed, legal?
Yeah. So what
Anything in
happened?
that regard?
Yeah. So what happened was there was an initiation from our IWVRI, like no Institute of Wildlife Veterinary Research Institute in Kodagu. So there was a proposal where for the students' learning purpose, any wild animal which has died naturally before conducting postmortem, that should be handed over to the our thing for the postmortem and for the education purpose. The lacuna was, first of all, identifying the fresh carcass in the forest is very challenging task. Usually, having worked there from almost 2003, getting fresh carcass is a very remote chance because almost it will be 24 hours or more than 24 hours by the time we didn't go there. Almost it's almost decomposed. So I've not seen any fresh carcass in my experience except one or two. So what are you going to do with the decomposed carcass? Yeah, definitely bones, other thing for the research purpose. If you write to the forest department mentioning the thing and it will be counted, they don't have any issue with that, I believe, because that was exactly our institute wrote to the forest department. They agreed also. They had agreed.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, but again, but again, you should. It is very very important, especially schedule one animal. You are accountable when you take a tiger thing or this one. You are accountable. Anytime they can come. If they're missing, you can be back of bars. It's amounts to poaching. Suppose you take the carcass, you preserve and you show it as preserved.
Okay.
For research and educational purpose, and they can come anytime. And if you are not maintain the log record, even why sir, only even for small things we wait for years to get a permission. And now this being an entire carcass, where are you going to keep entire elephant? Even they get, that's what exactly my boss told. Prayag, the problem is there. How I can keep entire elephant after postmortem? So it was not logistically possible for our institute to maybe small animals, maybe tiger or leopard possible, but a huge animal like 4-5 ton weighing elephant, where do you keep that elephant after postmortem also? Definitely, we're not asking for tusk. Tusk goes to Mysore. There's a place to keep all the tusk. It's under the CCTV camera and surveillance. But definitely, we were not looking at elephant. I thought we should, look for a tiger and think after postmortem, after all the procedures again. After this one, that was the idea. But the proposal agreed. My institute somehow, I told sir, this is a golden chance. We have got approval. Why don't we keep? Where to keep? Who is responsible for it? So no, to own the responsibility. That's it.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. But yeah, if someone wants to work on any forensic thing, I do get a lot of samples for forensic studies. Recently, 2 years back, when Goa 5 tigers were poisoned, it came to me through NTC only. If you have a MOU with my university, I can definitely through proper channel, I can spare my samples for research and education purpose. I can do that legally.
Sure, sir. Then we will explore that option.
Sure,
Yeah,
not an
over
issue.
to Shakuntala, ma'am.
If no more questions,
I believe Shakuntala ma'am wants to ask. Ma'am, you have to unmute and ask.
Can you hear me now?
yeah, ma'am, please go ahead.
Prayag, this is about use of drones.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, drones are used extensively in intelligence, counterintelligence, rescue
Yes, ma'am.
operations,
Yes,
detection
ma'am.
of fires, etc. in Western countries. Has the Forest Department of India, any state, has explored the use of drones for problems connected with wildlife?
Yes, ma'am. I'm happy to share. Our team was first in India to use drone for human tiger conflict. I can send the video in the group. So we used in Srishailam Nagarjun Tiger Reserve, the largest of the country, the tiger reserve, where I used the drone. I not only used drone, I used sniffer dogs. So because I come from a school of thought where we believe that all that latest technology should be used for human wildlife conflict. So we have used drones, and I use drones in all my operation thereafter because it give me a wonderful result. So we have a team. We use drones.
Okay, my second observation is about private conservancies.
Yeah, ma'am.
If you take foreign countries where most of things are handled by private enterprises, the cost of entering such protective areas or zoos is very expensive. I'm talking about Western world, not in
Yeah, ma'am.
Asian countries.
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah,
But
ma'am.
if such a in India, I am afraid that the big business houses like Ambani's and the Tatas will enter into the field, like what has happened in Nagarhoil. It becomes unaffordable for the common people, the people of India who are not economically as affluent as the Western tourists. See, these private
No,
conservancies become very attractive for foreign tourists. The rates will be exorbitant, which we cannot afford to give.
no, that's why
Is
it was.
there any restrictions
No,
to
this.
keep the expenses low and affordable?
Yeah, I do get your point, ma'am. All things were discussed because as a part of our initial discussion when Jaram sir was discussing in Hassan when I traveled along with him. So that was one of the fear. So that's what he told. Prayag, it will be very much accessible to common man because unless common man in this country gets access to it, it will not be sustainable. There were many discussed. So that's why it was under purview. Uh, the reason why it was not taken off, even I don't know for sure. But he had all the things. It would be subsidized for the education institution. If you go to Mysore Zoo today, if you go with the education institutional letterhead, they give 50% off. It should be affordable. The wildlife access should be affordable by a common man. Then only it could be a wildlife conservation educational purpose. Or else, if it's managed by Ambani Adani, then it's not going to be a conservation.
Definitely, and Nagarhole, I think it has happened, right?
No, look, point is this, ma'am. Uh, I think Karnataka is the one state which has made this accessible to a middle class. I'm not telling the poor class. If you go to Bandipur or Nagarvale, you'll get a room for 1,000 rupees or 1,500 or 1,000 rupees. Right. If you as well, you go to Madhya Pradesh, the private people mint money in the name of ecotourism. Any forest controlled ecotourism is affordable for a middle class person. I do understand. I do understand it's not accessible for a poor guy, but it's definitely accessible to a middle class. When we can go to a PVR and buy a 250 rupees ticket and buy a popcorn with a family, it costs us 1,500 rupees, 2,000 rupees, including everything. So if you want to go to forest, at least you're able to spend 2,000 rupees with the family. Or if you don't want to, this one just take a drive through Western Ghats. It's free. But definitely they have to run. They have to run the show. The ecotourism money goes to the forest because you'll be surprised. The budget given to forest department is in peanuts compared to PWD. With the limited budget, they have to everyone blames forest department for different reason. Look at the budget given to forest department. Look at the budget given to the PWD. With the limited budget, what they're doing in all the system is one of the. I'm not defending forest department because me and my wife is IFS officer. I know within being the system with all that happen. I don't want to use the word corruption, but in the system, Given they're doing the best. I met wonderful officers. They are pro conservation, but unless we give money to them, how they going to run the show of ecotourism in the Nagarhole or Bandipur? Everyone asks me, Pat, get me large free safari there. But how that will run if I arrange everyone free dormitory, free accommodation and free safari? How they will run the show?
So we have to evolve a medium way of managing. It should be affordable and also
Yeah.
profitable to the forest department.
Yes, ma'am. No, they're not looking at a profit. It will be sustainable. For me, ecotourism should be sustainable. Because what happens is forest department I've seen, you know, forest, your wife is IFS, get me free accommodation, get me free safari. If I give everyone that access, I'll be, you know, cheating on the income they're getting. Nah? Definitely they will do it because I'm connected. I stopped doing it because when you can go to a PVR and you don't ask PVR guy, no, give me some concession. I tell rather you go, and if you want to go free, come with me, work with me, I'll arrange free. No one wants to work free of cost, but they want very free of cost. So I was listening to Sudha Murthy yesterday. He tells anything given free in India has no value. So it has to have a price. So I don't believe in free meals. You work for it. I tell people, you want free safari, free accommodation, come and work with me in human wildlife conflict. I will arrange for your free safari, I will arrange for your free accommodation. You want free, everything free, nothing comes free, man. Sorry to say this, but it's a bitter fact of life. Any other questions? Hello?
Niveshika has a question. Please, whoever is raising hand, once you have the chance, please unmute and ask your question.
And be feel free. I'm open to criticism with this one, but I want the younger generation to know the facts of life. It's not rosy as that appears in the Discovery Channel or National Geography. Wildlife and forest is a different ball game. So let them know the reality of forest, wildlife, and human wildlife interaction.
Hi, sir. Nivedika here.
Thank you for joining. Yeah. Please go ahead, Ma.
Hello. Yes, sir. Am I audible?
You're audible, Ma. Please
Yeah.
go ahead.
I have been listening throughout entire conversations, and I'm so new. Like you can consider me as a normal public person, but I have one general question. I was stuck on my hand. When we ask for talk about zoo, like visiting to see wild animals in zoo, like if you see other countries, like there are the tiger parks and stuff, and then there's a wildlife sanctuary where people visit and all the wild animals are free. So like, me as going to visit zoo, of course, give me quite excitement, but at the same time, I feel like no, it's not a good idea. So, what's your thought, being expert and being going through all these things, keeping animals in zoo or keeping animals in reserve forests? What's in the note in that?
Yeah, I do agree with you when people tell me that zoos or jail. I do partly agree on that. So we create a better jail. When I work in Mysore Zoo, people would tell, no, you're keeping the animals in zoo. It's like a jail. I told, yeah, we're keeping them as a policy in Indian single day policy. That's what we have to maintain. I do understand the Western thing. The humans will be going in a jeep, which is like a jail, and the animals will be roaming free. That's a policy there. So we try that to do in India, but it takes time. But how better jail I make in Mysore? Look, Mysore Zoo I consider one of the topmost in South Asia. Apart from Singapore, it's South Asia's one of the best, ranked by WASA. So I do understand when people tell keeping the animals in zoo is crime, it's cruelty. I do understand their emotional sentiments. So give us a better policy, we'll do it. Where Western countries they have, as I told, no, they go in a jeep like like a caged, and animals walk. That's my dream also. One day our zoo should be like that, where humans go in a truck and animals roam free. I do agree with you. But right now, in a given situation, All I'm here is we make a better jail. That's it. Mysore Zoo, if you call that a jail, it's a better jail compared to other jails in country.
Thank you, sir. Because, but I feel that somewhere it's also a protection, like it's. I have seen in Thailand the tiger parks. There, they have the tigers being somewhere. I don't know. That's what because being a very public person, I doesn't know many things. But what I found that at least they are protected. They are well taken care of. But yeah,
Yeah,
much better way.
Mysore Zoo, I can be proud. I have worked there for 3 years. As far as management is concerned, it's the best in the country and one of the best in South Asia. So we used to work like 24/7, and the amount of work goes to keep the zoo running like that. If you tell me you can go, I can promise you, you go to kitchen of Mysore Zoo, you can eat without any hesitation the best nutrition food you get. Nowhere in the country they can now maintain that cleanliness, that hygiene, that thing. They wash with hot water, they wash with potassium permanganate. And I would relish as a part of my job. I used to go and check every food ingredient because it's so tasty. Apart from that emotional thing where people tell it's in the, they were given the royal treatment. Mysore Zoo got the royal treatment for all the animals. So it's the best zoo. I would rate it. But again, I do understand. We work under a policy. We are government servants. Whatever government policy makes, we are there to work for the government. We're not supposed to question the government. So you are a public and question the government. So we are not supposed to question the government. As simple as that.
Okay, so one more question. I see like there are other zoos also where we visit and we see that the tigers and all they are not getting feed well. Also, they looks very kind of low, and you can easily see. So, being a public person, how can we contribute? How can we
You can write. You can write the zoo authority of that particular state. You can take a photographs. You can tag in the Twitter and write to the See the Day Ministry. I assure you, nowadays Twitter has become a weapon for the people. I have done it myself. When I found something which is really this one, I have tagged the concerned thing and I have replied to it. Then something wrong as a citizen, the constitution gives you the right. If there's anything wrong, you can always tag the picture to the concerned authorities. They ought to reply to that. And nowadays, after Twitter has come to this one, everyone is scared of those things. My boss is very strict on that. If we get one complaint in our Twitter handle, he will take task in the meeting. So do it. If you see anything wrong with animals, definitely look. When I fought for Amni Tigers, I took entire system against me. But system changes. The political parties changes. We were working for one common thing that tigers should not be shot, and we did lose the battle. But we made a policy change in the CZA and NTCA. They revised the guidelines. That was the victory for us. We lost the Avni, but we made a policy change collectively. So don't tolerate injustice. Don't tolerate thing. So being government servant, I can do this much. Being citizen, I can do much more. Because I was invited officially, so I did it in my official capacity. So you are public. Public has more power than a government servant. Mark this word.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So we'll end the question and answer session here because of lack of time. I once again thank Dr. Prayag for taking time out and addressing our audience. Thank you, sir. So now we'll move on to the first session of the oral presentation, which will be chaired
Just a minute,
by
I would like to thank before this one. Can I take a minute time?
Yeah, sure, sir. Go ahead. Yeah, please go ahead.
I would like to thank Shakunara Sridhar ma'am for giving the opportunity, and I have other work because my movies are getting censored. So I asked for early slot. She was kind enough to convince Yashankar sir to give the early slot. Thank you very much from bottom of my heart for giving the opportunity and making the slot first. I'm very emotional person, so if I have been very candid in my talk and answer, please forgive me because when it comes to wildlife and forest, I became a bit emotional. So I had a great time from morning listening to best speakers, especially the XPCGF. It was very informative, and I wish you all the best. I'll not be able to continue with session today and tomorrow. Thank you for the opportunity. All the best for the coming days. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Prayag. Being honest sometimes makes us emotional. You're right. You're well. within your limits, and that's a motivation and inspiration, a take home for all the youngsters who are listening. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, man. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, as Sumant announced, we are now into the oral presentations of the two-day national conference. This session will be chaired by Dr. Santosh Jagadishan, faculty, Department of Zoology, School of Life Sciences, St. Joseph's College. Uh, we had announced the list of oral presenters for today, and this goes according to the index that was shared on the group with the participants. We have number 1 to 34 who will be making their presentations today. Also, number 39 of the oral presentation will be included in today's session. The first 17 will go according to the index. Please make sure that the presenter is here. Then we can proceed. Okay, over to Dr. Santosh Jagadishan to call out the names. I would request if there is any change in the name, if a co-author is called and the presenter is available, please make yourself heard that you will be the presenter, so that that is noted by the chairperson. And please stick to the time of 4+2 minutes. Thank you. Over to Dr. Jagadishan.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining. It's very nice to see a huge participation list. So anyways, since we're running short of time, we'll try to keep things on track. So I'd like to call the first speaker S. Rajshekara. Are you here? Okay, so S. Rajshekara is going to talk about the conservation strategies for the Indian peafowl Pava cristatus in Bangalore University campus. Okay, go ahead, Rashid.
Or Santosh sir, if you could call out all the names, let's have an attendance raised, and then we can follow it up one by one, just to make it more convenient.
Okay, so S. Rajshekara doesn't seem to be here. Okay, Ahana Das. Are you here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, she's there.
Okay.
Santosh sir, I'll call out. I'll help you in that.
Sure. Yeah.
One by one. Yeah. So Ahana is here. The next speaker is Mrunali Patil. Mrunali, are you here?
Yes, sir.
Mrunali is also. Santosh sir, you can make a mark of the presenters who are there today. Next, we have Rashmi HD. Lamb stealing behavior. Rashmi. It would be very difficult.
I'm here, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, Rashmi. I just want to make a point that I put on the group. It will be difficult to accommodate those who miss it today, unless and until it's a very grave emergency. Okay, because nothing with any bad intention, but only that we have more presenters. So please help us in helping you, that we accommodate everybody and we don't disappoint anybody or turn or extend the sessions too long. Okay, that's the only reason. Please seek your cooperation in that regard. So after Rashmi, Chakila Makil.
Yes, sir, I'm in.
Thank you. R. Ramachandran.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Yeah. Tapan Adhikari.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Panagastri. Garima Singh. Panagastri, you can unmute. You're still on mute. The mic is still on.
We are here, sir.
Yeah. You can turn off your mic once you have answered, because the background is heard.
It's not mine, sir.
Okay, thank you. Panagashri is over. Garima Singh?
Yes, sir. I'm here, sir.
Thank you. Naimish Chauhan? That will be Vipul will be presenting. Vipul Bamania Jatin Raval.
Yes, the name is
Sir,
Chauhan.
I am present here.
Okay, Vipul Kachwaha also is also present on threads. Thank you. Great Indian Bastard. That's a rarity. Okay. That is 11. 12 is Arumugam Vinod Kumar.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Thank you. Number 13, rapid inventorization, Deepak.
Yes, sir. Present here, sir.
Thank you. 14th, interspecific interactions of street cattle in urban ecosystem, Bhupendra Kumar Sahu. Number 14.
Present here, sir.
Thank you, sir. 15, comparison. Okay, Dr. Venkatesh has short time. 16, behavioral adaptation of black drongo in natural habitat. Kumuda Acharya, Kavya Shri.
I'm here, sir.
Thank you. And 17 is an epidemiological survey of insecticides which affects the pollinators. Arati, Ramya, Sandhya, and Ashmita. There, anyone? Epidemiological survey of insecticides.
Yes, they have replied in the chat box. Mark,
Yeah, when I'm looking into my other slide, I'm not able to access this. Okay, thank you.
No
Arati is
problem.
also
I'll
there.
take it out.
Okay, thank you. Now we start with the session. Now over to Dr. Santosh. I think we have a full house and all present. That's a very, very good news. Start, sir. Santosh, sir, we can start.
Yeah, yes. So in that case, okay, we will start with Ahana Das's presentation, analysis of behavioral changes in depressed individuals based on age groups. Ahana, you can go ahead, please.
Sir, I have some trouble with my sharing screen, so my friend is going to share the PPT.
Okay.
Give me 1 second, just.
Sure.
Is it visible?
Yes, I can see.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ahana, and my topic for today's presentation is analysis of behavioral changes in a depressed individual based on age groups. So for this, first, it's very important we know what depression exactly is. So we keep feeling the blues and lows here and there, but that is not what depression is. That is just feeling sad. But depression is a lot much more than that. It is a very common mental disorder. And as shown here, it is characterized by the presence of certain symptoms like depressed mood, loss of interest or pleasure, feelings of guilt or low self-worth, disturbed sleep or appetite, low energy, and poor concentration. And it is also one of the major contributor to the global burden of diseases. And as we think sometimes, oh, I'll be sad for 2 days, but then depression is not like that. It is usually prolonged. And based on that, there are different types. The major 7 to 8 types are major depression, persistent depressive disorder, bipolar disorder, SAD, psychotic depression, postpartum depression, premenstrual dysphoria disorder, and situational. So the first one, we feel the same symptoms, but it lasts for around few weeks. Whereas the persistent one, the symptoms last around 2 years. In bipolar, it's called manic depression. So the mood ranges from very high energy to very low. So it's like episodes of two drastic emotions. Seasonal is usually where the depressive episodes only come during winter. The psychotic one is similar to the major depression, but with symptoms like hallucination, delusion, and paranoia. Postpartum depression usually occurs after childbirth, and it can last up to a few weeks to a few months. Premenstrual dysphoria, this starts usually in the beginning of the menstrual cycle and can last up to the few days of the cycle. And the situational is based on everyday life like stress, relationship, etc. So the causes, as of now, genetic or hereditary, it's not completely confirmed and researches are going on everywhere to prove if it's hereditary. Dietary, that is what we eat. It's very, very important to make sure our health is good. And physical, mental health is sort of related. And when we come to socio-cultural factors, situation, relationship, personality, etc., that is the everyday situations we might be facing, stress-related, etc. The biological, biochemical medication. So few diseases are there which can also cause depression like cancer, etc. And the environmental factors, obviously. When we come to the behavioral symptoms, There are just few symptoms I would like to say, that is feeling sad or feeling hopeless, irritated, and then we have loss of interest in activities, fatigue, tiredness, loss of appetite, pain throughout the body here and there, and not able to understand where it's exactly coming from, and then lack of concentration, and finally suicidal thoughts. What our research was all about, it was statistic based. So we got a survey of 248 individuals where we found out 130 of them are depressed. In the age categories 15 to 25, 21 to 40, 41 to 60, and 61 to 100, we found out that 63.63% is in the category of 15 to 25. That says that this age group is a much more prone. Especially after this pandemic, I think people are suffering a lot more than before. Then, if we consider more on the behavioral part, we have found that 54.61% has lost appetite, or they have started overeating during this period. 46 to 47% have problem with sleeping. So they either sleep a lot or they suffer from insomnia. 68.46% have lost interest in hobbies or things they used to like and no longer enjoy them. And 72.30% have low concentration in workplace, colleges, and everyday situations in general. 64.61% feel tired literally all the time. So throughout the day, even if they don't work a lot, they still feel tired. 69.23% feel like they have put their families down and feeling of guilt. And 26.92% have suicidal thoughts. As we see these percentages, surprisingly, the suicidal thoughts are comparatively high. And the most of the behavioral things, we find that low concentration, tiredness, and problem with sleeping and appetite is the first thing that is usually observed in an individual with depression. Now, I would like to conclude my presentation with the treatment. That is, there are two types, usually therapy and antidepressants. Now, based on the depression being mild or severe, both a combination of both are given. Like for severe, both are used. For mild, it can be cured by therapy only. And most of the time, even moderate also goes by therapy, but the severe one has to be treated with different a combination of both. So in the therapy, we can have cognitive behavioral therapy and psychotherapy. And the antidepressants might include SSRIs and antidepressants. And sometimes in severe cases, we also use electroconvulsive therapy. I would like to thank everyone for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. That was interesting talk. So we'll take one or two questions from the audience. Anybody? Okay, I guess no questions. Well, in that case, thank you, Ahana Das, for that presentation. We will move on to the next speaker. Mrinali Patil, you're here, right?
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mrinali Patil, are you here?
Yes, sir.
You were. Yeah, okay. So we move on to Mrinali's talk, which is anxiety.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My topic for today's presentation is anxiety. Anxiety is a body's natural response to stress. It is a feeling of fear or apprehension about what to come. Anxiety becomes problem only then when feeling of anxiety is extreme, lasts for longer than 6 months. Anxiety disorder are the most common form of emotional disorder and can affect anyone at any age.
Is the presentation still on? Dr. Santosh, we will
Yeah.
restrict to the time. It's 4+2.
Yes.
And we request all the presenters not to dwell on the introduction, directly go on to your findings. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Please wind up with time.
No, this is the second talk, so
Okay. Yeah.
go ahead.
Okay, sir. Types of anxiety are panic disorder, phobia disorder, social anxiety disorder, post-traumatic disorder. Panic, panic disorder causes panic attacks which are sudden feeling of terror and fear when there is no real danger. This causes physical symptoms like racing heart, fast breathing, chest pain, etc. Phobia disorder is a type of anxiety disorder that causes an individual to experience extreme irrational fear about situation, living creature, place, or object. For people with social anxiety disorder, every day social interaction causes irrational anxiety, fear, self-consciousness, and embarrassment. Post-traumatic disorder is a disorder characterized by failure to recover from experience of witnessing of terrifying event. According to American Psychiatric Association, women are more likely than men to be diagnosed with anxiety disorder. Chemical imbalances. Our body produce natural chemicals. Neurotransmitters come in two general types. They can be either inhibitory or excitatory. Inhibitory type promotes happiness, whereas excitatory type promotes fear reactions and stress. Example for inhibitory are serotonin. Serotonin inhibits plays an important role in proper mood and stress coping. Studies have shown that men naturally have higher level of serotonin than women. Adrenaline and epinephrine are two examples of excitatory type of neurotransmitters. These neurotransmitters changes the physical structure of brain by causing it to create more receptor for excess excitatory neurotransmitter and decreases its serotonin and dopamine receptors. Flight and flight response. Another theory has to do with the female reaction in the fight and flight response. During the flight and flight response, excitatory chemicals are produced in response to stress. It works slightly different in women than in men. Flight or flight response in both men and women begins in the region of brain known as amygdala. A pair of almond-shaped neuron cluster near the brain's base that regulates the strong and long-term memory. In men, the right amygdala is more responsive and associated with taking actions. In women as well as in person who suffers from anxiety, the left side is more responsive and is associated more with thoughts and recollection of details. Women therefore are more likely to dwell to stressful stimuli and vividing remains the detail of stressful event in their life than men. Most of the people with depression also tend to suffer from some sort of anxiety and panic attacks. And our research also states the same. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrinali. Uh, are there any questions from the audience for Mrinali? Yes, go ahead, Shambhavi.
Yeah, I just wanted to know how is depression different than anxiety? Are they same or are they different?
So, Mrinali, that question was for you.
Actually, depression is what something where you feel bad and you feel about suicide. You get suicidal thoughts and all. But whereas anxiety is you feel fear and you don't know what's going to happen next. These kind of feelings become.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, I believe this was a review work or research undertaken. Review, right, Mrinali?
Yes, sir. Review work.
Yeah, so it should have been either under the poster or the info poster. Okay, that's what I wanted communication regarding. Okay, anyway, we'll include it later. Thank you. Over to Dr. Santosh for the next speaker, presenter.
Yes. So can we? So next speaker is Rashmi, who will speak of.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Dr. Santosh, you're muted.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yes. So yes, Rashmi will be talking about lamp stealing behavior in burglar eves. Go ahead, Rashmi. Um,
Is the talk?
Rashmi, you having technical difficulties? Because we can come back to you.
Hello,
Okay,
sir.
sir.
Sir, I will be sharing her PPT, sir. We two
Okay.
are from same college. I'll share the
Okay, go
screen
ahead.
and she'll
Yes,
present.
go ahead.
Yeah, the slide is on. Avoid introduction with the permission of the chair. We request the participants to move fast. Okay, Rashmi, over to you.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, one and all. Next slide, please. Can you please move to the next slide? To the introduction slide. Sorry for the inconvenience. So to begin with, as we all know, parental care is very much needed for the survival of the offspring. In case of livestock species, this care is solely provided by the mother. These maternal behavior are innate and are also species specific. The ethological characteristics of this behavior mainly depends upon the degree of precocity as well as the social nature of the species. Next slide. So specifically speaking about the maternal behavior of sheep, this instinct is highly pronounced and very selective in case of sheep. Immediately after birth, the Eve show focused interest towards her lamb and also the smell of amniotic fluid. She starts licking her lamb vigorously, which usually starts from head and neck region, proceeding towards tail. And this licking behavior is also accompanied by low and high pitched bleats and occasionally by Feldman reaction. These activities of Eve's, which she showed towards her lamb, serve two purposes mainly. Firstly, it helps mother to dry and stimulate the lamb for respiration by removing all the mucus coat which is being heard here. Secondly, it facilitates the exclusive bond formation between the Eve and its own lamb, which is essential for the lamb recognition within the flock. Next slide. The selective maternal-young bonding is mainly driven by the olfactory stimuli of the fetus amniotic fluid, which carry chemosensory information. The access to these olfactory cues is mainly facilitated by snicking and the sniffing behavior. So the contact of neonate with its mother for a particular period, which we call it as sensitive period or critical period of about 4 hours, is very much essential for promoting maternal young bonding. And the so formed maternal young bond is so specific and it is also unique even in case of dizygotic twins. Next slide. So these are the images showing the different stages of parturition. In first image, you can see the initiation of parturition and rupture of amniotic fluid, amniotic bag. Then the newborn lamb, which is covered with mucus. Next. Next slide, please. This the previous slide where you saw the sniffing and licking behavior of sheep towards her lamb, and also the suckling, which is enabled only after maternal bond formation. So any disturbances in these activities will have deleterious effects on lamb survivability. Next slide, please. So this leads me to the next topic, called the lamb stealing behavior in case of eaves. Under farming conditions, when pregnant eaves are housed together, some eaves which are near to lambing, which are not yet lamb, and are present in close association with the newly parturated eaves, feel that they are out of phase of their pregnancy and treat the newly born lamb of other eve as its own. The emotional bond which is formed between the stolen lamb and burglar Eve is not so easily broken. So when Eve later gives rise to its own lamb, it rejects it and doesn't allow it to suckle. All these
Okay,
incidences
sorry
causes
to interrupt,
Eve's
Rashmi, but you're
mortality.
going over time. So could you wind up, please?
Yes, sir. Conclusion slide, please. So to summarize, under farming conditions, The parent-offspring bond is so critical component for the lamb survival. Improved understanding and maternal behavior helps in developing appropriate managemental strategies for sheep farming, and managemental practices that work in according with the biology of the eve will be most successful in ensuring the maternal care and also in promoting welfare of farm animals. All these measures directly accounts for increased profitability of the farm. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rashmi. We'll have time for one question if there is. Okay, in that case, thank you, Rashmi. We will move on to the next our next speaker. Chakilam Akil, are you here? Akil?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Go ahead. So Akil is going to be speaking about different behavioral aspects and their importance in poultry.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, I can hear you, but can you put your presentation on full screen, please?
Okay, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, I am Akhil, and I want to speak about what are the different behavioral aspects that we see in the poultry and what is their importance. So, firstly speaking, what is a behavior? What do you mean by behavior? So, behavior is nothing but the activity of an organism that interacting with the environment. Every organism will be interacting with the environment, and there will be some activity that we call as behavior. So in case of the poultry, how the bird will be interacting with the environment. So this behavior, basically there will be the interaction between the nervous system and the stimuli or internal stimuli. So what is the important is the elements. So if you know the behavior, we can assess the health of the animal. We can see whether it is well or active, or when we can also check for the other parameters of vocalization. By that we can the behavior. It will aid in the designing of the houses. So the bird should be in such a way that it should be constructed in such a way that it should cater all the needs of the birds. And other is the welfare of the bird. For sake of the welfare, we need to study the behavior of so when we come to the poultry, there is a dominance hierarchy. That is the social hierarchy. Among the group, there will be the one which is the dominant, and other will be the dominant. And to make it, we will see one kind of behavior that is the aggressive behavior in the birds. And what are the other different behaviors seen in the birds are dust bathing, perching, nesting, feather picking, and forage. So these are the instinctive behavioral needs. These behavioral needs. Let's briefly speak about the bathing. The dust bathing, what the bird is material of the feathers. So it's more like a digestion kind of thing. And with the dust bathing, it will remove the any excess lipids present on the feathers, or if any excess ectoparasites are also present on the feathers. So the bird will get rid of the ectoparasites. Usually it will be done once in every 2 to 3 days. But this dust will make
1 minute. Sorry to
internally the
interrupt.
bird will be
Sorry
motivated.
to interrupt, Dr. Akhil. Your slides don't seem to be
Okay,
moving.
sir.
Is this a problem with me or others also? Because your presentation is not in the full slideshow mode.
Really, sir?
Yeah. You got to move
Really,
the
sir?
slides. That's what I sense. Can anybody else give your input? I'm seeing the introductory slide, the title slide.
It's not moving, sir.
It's not moving. So Dr. Akhil, can you address it? Yeah, now it's moving. The dust biting. Yeah.
Sir, are you able to see the dust bathing?
Yes, yes, yes. You can go ahead. And please skip to the results so that because you're running out of time as well. We can see the dust bathing. Go ahead.
Okay, sir. Other behavior, sir, this is actually a review, sir. It's not a research. So I have taken the review from the articles and I'm presenting.
Okay, in that case, yeah, try to go through it quickly because.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Give me 2 minutes. So other behavior is the perching. Sir, are you able to see the perching?
No.
Sir, are you able to see the perching?
Yes, yes.
So the bird will be internally motivated for this perching behavior. Adequate space should be provided on the perching behavior. So unlike humans or other animals, where if the nutrient requirements are met, we won't search for the food. Whereas in case of the birds, even though the nutrient requirements are met, they will be still searching for the food, and they will express this foraging behavior. So in this foraging behavior, food searching, ground pecking, and ground scratching is same. And other is the feather pecking, where one bird will be pecking the feather of the other bird. This is mainly due to the overcrowding. So finally, what I want to say is study the behaviors. It's really important. Why? Because if you study the behaviors, we'll get to know what are the undesirable behaviors like cannibalism and feather pecking, which are not desirable. They will cause they will cause the death and they will increase the mortality in the bird. So if you know that cannibalism will exist, then you can take the necessary step to prevent it, and thus we can avoid the losses. So behavioral study is important. And other thing is the welfare. In the welfare aspect, we need to study the behavior of the bird for its welfare. So every individual or every animal has the freedom to express their own natural behavior. The freedom to express natural behavior is one among the 5 freedoms of the animal. For example, if you're not aware of the dust breathing behavior, the bird will get frustrated and it will go into stress. And you're also not aware of the dust breathing behavior. Whereas if you study the behaviors and you get to know about the dust bathing, you will take necessary steps to prevent the dust bathing behavior. Like you may provide the extra sand and suitable environmental conditions for the dust bathing. So it will contribute to the welfare of the animals. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Okay.
I'm sorry for inconvenience.
Okay, thank you, Akhil. Any
So, Santosh
questions?
sir,
Yes.
yeah, just an announcement. I think we are into the lunch break into that. So I request the participants, yes, you can have your lunch. The presenters in line, bear with us. We will go till 2. And 2 o'clock, we start with our keynote 2. So keynote address will start at 2. Till then, we'll go with the presentations. To whom the gastric secretions have started and the vagus nerve is active, please pursue it. Have your lunch. The rest who are in line, please bear with us. Avoid in general introduction, give a simple intro and go into your findings. If it's a review, please go it fast. Okay, thank you. Santosh sir, sorry, over to you.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Akhil. We'll
Thank you,
move to the next speaker, R. Ramachandran, who will speak of endocrine changes and their associated effects on serum biochemical profiles in male Kangayam breed cattle.
Am I audible?
Yes, I can hear you, and I can see your
The
PowerPoint,
slide
but it's
are
not
moved.
on full screen.
It's not on full screen. Just a minute, sir. Yes, now?
Okay, yes.
Yes.
Slides
Good
are
afternoon
moving
to all.
also. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Very good afternoon to all. My research topic is endocrine changes and their associated effects on serum biochemical profile in male Kangayam breed cattle. So the slides look like my abstract. We hypothesis that the endocrine changes influence various biochemical constituents, and therefore we aim to analyze the serum hormone in relation to biochemical constituents of Kangayam breed cattle across the different reproductive phases. The results are discussed in upcoming slides. So this is what look like my synopsis of the presentation. So the livestock rearing system is a complex web that are involved in our culture, belief, and tradition. And the products which are derived from cows are used to human in various aspects like nutrition supplement and biogas production and so biogas production and as a manure for the agricultural land. So why I select this breed for my research is in general the indigenous breeds are mostly suitable our own climate condition. However, in various reasons, these cattle are facing under drastically reduced in recent times. In particularly, the male Kangayam breed are facing a lot of problems in nowadays. So we are planned to study the reproductive physiology, behavior, and communications of the animals. So with this, we have correlated the biochemical constituents with the hormone profile to better understanding the physiology status. And to best of our knowledge, this is first data in this regard. This is the workflow of the present study where we have selected under different physiological status. From the test animal, we have collected the blood samples with the help of veterinarians and further subjected to hormone biochemical analysis. So coming to the results, the luteinizing hormone, follicle stimulating hormone, and testosterone were found to be elevated during intact than the previewed and castrated. As like hormone, the biochemicals like cholesterol, triglycerides, high high density lipoprotein, low density lipoprotein, and VLDL was also found to be elevated during intact than the castrated and previewed conditions. When further subjected to the protein analysis, we have found the intact animals were shown elevated during intact. Further, this was subjected to characterization studies where the different protein pattern was observed through SDS page analysis. Based on the gel intensity analysis, the suspected protein, it's around 13 kDa, was subjected to Molotov analysis, and the Molotov analysis confirmed the particular protein which comes under hemoglobin subunit alpha. So, sorry. So coming to the to sum up one conclusion, as I told, this is the first study we have correlated hormone profile with biochemical constituents. The correlation of hormone fluctuations between testosterone and triglycerides in adult, which means the intact, whereas the prepubertal and castrated male exhibited low level. However, coming to the protein analysis, it represents different patterns across various physiological conditions. However, the further studies are warranted in this regard to analyze in a reproductive manner. So to conclude, the changes in lipid profile may have implication in regulation the hormonal milieu, whereas the role of protein in endocrine changes are needed to be ascertained. Further, the potential of biochemical constituents and their influence on endocrine status would give further insights into the chemical communication of this breed. And thank you. This is what I should acknowledge. I should acknowledge various institutions, organizations, those who are involved in this research. I thank the opportunity for the committee. Thank you. Is there any?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ramachandran. Yes. Any questions from the audience?
How do the parameters you have measured reflect in milk produced?
So, ma'am, the studies now we are planning to do. So far, we have analyzed urine, feces, saliva. But recently I have joined here, but now my project students are dealing about just 2 days before we have collected the milk samples. So we are planning to do the milk.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We can have one more question if there is. All right, if not, thank you, Dr. Ramachandran. Thank you for the interesting talk.
Yes, sir. Thanks.
So we'll move on to the next speaker. Is Panagasri, are you here? No? Okay, we'll move on then to Garima Singh.
Excuse me, sir, we are here.
Who is this?
Sir Pannaga.
Okay, Pannaga. Okay. So please go ahead. Observations on breeding behavior in Oreochromis mozambicus females.
Sir, just a second, sir.
Is the slide visible?
No, not yet.
What about now?
No.
No, your screen is not shared yet.
Give us a second. Sorry for the inconvenience. We are just getting it sorted. What about now?
Yeah, looks better.
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you put it on full screen, please, and then go ahead. Please see if you can cut down your introduction and go straight into the results.
Yeah,
Briefly
sure.
introduce
Yes,
your
sir.
project and then, thank you.
Good afternoon to everyone. I am Lakshmi K, and on behalf of my team members, I am presenting the paper entitled on Observation of Breeding Behavior in Oreochromis mozambicus females. Oreochromis mozambicus was introduced in 1952 into various aquatic habitats, and from then onwards it is successful in various aquatic habitats. And the reason for this success is due to its plasticity in reproduction. The objective of the present paper is to observe the breeding behavior of the female to find out its success in reproduction. Materials and methods. The experimental design consisted of direct behavioral observations in aquarium tank, which was of size 60 into 20 into 30 centimeter with sandy substrate, and grass mat as the artificial vegetation used above the sand. Fry and fingerlings were collected from Nelligudde Reservoir, Bengaluru. Ratio of male to female is 6:13. Results and observations. During our observations, we noted the following sequences. After attainment of sexual maturity, female showed courtship behavior and spawning, then egg incubation, followed by post-breeding behavior of female and parental behavior. Courtship behavior and spawning. After the establishment of territory, male will chase other fish and invites the female to breeding site. Initially, the male approaches a female, extends his fin and flexes so that the attractive colors of the anal fin focuses towards the female. Oreochromis mozambicus exhibits the elaborate courtship. The breeding follows a very precise pattern. The female lays few eggs in the center of the male's territory, then the male swims over it and fertilizes the eggs. Then the female collects the eggs and once again lays more number of eggs. The male fertilizes it. Then again the female collects the eggs in its mouth, and the whole act takes place in about 60 to 80 minutes. Then the female sucks the genital papilla when she has the eggs in the mouth to ensure the fertilization of eggs inside the mouth. incubation and post-breeding behavior. Once female has these eggs in her mouth, she will leave the breeding area and join the other females in an area of tank. The eggs in the mouth of the females are easily observed by visual inspection from outside the aquarium and are clear indicators of reproduction. During the incubation process, she slowly and continuously rolls the egg gently to keep them well oxygenated. Their coloration pattern also changed gradually during the mouth brooding cycle. And in its full form, the fishes were light grey with superimposed dark stripes and also with the darker lips. Parental care. The incubation lasts for about 20 to 22 days and the brooding fry are released into the water for a brief swim, and then the mother collects the fry within few minutes. And if mother finds any intruders that enters the area where the fry are foraging, then the female tries to chase those intruders, and if she is not able to chase, then she signals the fries by wriggling their body and also an open mouth. The fry immediately moves into her mouth. Older the fries, longer the time it allows the fries to spend the time in the water. During our observation, the following conclusions can be drawn. During brooding cycle, the females suppress their feeding activities and divert somatic energy towards reproduction. The main function of mouth brooding seems to be the defense of the vulnerable brood against predators, including conspecifics. Mouth brooding enabled tilapia to succeed in all the introduced aquatic habitat in India. If delegates permit, I would like to show the video of Oreochromis mozambica female collecting the fries after a brief swim. So can I show the video?
Yes, go ahead.
So these are the fries. In case if mother perceives any danger, then it immediately collects the fries into her mouth. Due to its mouth brooding behavior, it has seen success in all the aquatic habitats. Thank you for providing me an opportunity to present my paper. And also, I and my team members like to thank Dr. Shubha Ma'am, Assistant Professor, Department of Zoology, PMS College for Women, for guiding us in this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanasri. Thank you. Any questions from our audience? Okay, in that case, we will move on. Thank you again, Panagasri. I think I've left the seventh speaker out. My apologies. Mr. Tapan Adhikari, are you here?
Yes, sir.
Tapan Adhikari? Ah, yes. Okay. Great. Go ahead, Tapan. You will.
I'm going to talk about.
Excuse me, sir. It's Garima here.
Yes.
I think, sir, in list it is my turn. I think so.
No, I had missed out the Mr. Tapan before, so that's why I will call upon you next.
Okay, sir.
Tapan, your audio is very, very low. I cannot. We cannot hear you. Hello, Tapan. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Can you hear
Yeah.
me?
No, your voice is very faint. I can see your slide, but your voice is very, very faint.
Hello.
Yes. Okay. Go ahead.
Hello, sir.
Yes, I can hear you well now.
Yeah. I'm audible?
Yes. You're loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Today I'm going to talk about major traits for spiny tail lizard in the Jaisalmer district of Thar Desert. As characteristic spines, you can see on the top right side photograph. This is the lizard tail. That's why the name is given to this species. This is one of the endangered species, endemic species found in the Thar Desert, and according to the IUCN list, it is the data deficient category species. And this species has been recently in 2009 has been resuscitated from the Euromestics hardwiki to Sara hardwiki. The genus has been resuscitated from Euromestics to Sara. Next, as you can see the habitats in all of the pictures, this species prefer generally thaller lands, which are covered with the Lycius indicus, the seon grass, and Declarotinium syndicum is the Gantia grass, commonly known in the state of Rajasthan. And they burrow the holes, and near the burrows they keep grass. They are keeping
Sorry,
grasslands.
Tapan, your slides are not moving. So could you go to the relevant slide, please?
Can you see the slides now?
Yes, yes, thanks.
Here, as you can see, the burrows. These are the typical burrows they made in the thaller lands of Thar Desert, and they near the burrows you can see the grasses where they generally come out to busk during the daytime. Here is my study area. All the red color dots are the sighting locations. This is the Jaisalmer district of Rajasthan. This is the Jaisalmer district of Rajasthan. And we have surveyed from January 2019 to October 2021 here in this place. And this place experiences generally high diurnal temperature during day and night time. And actually, due to the diurnal, the lower temperature during the night, the lizard tend to come out the late in the daytimes. Meteorology, we have done both walking and vehicular survey. During the vehicular survey, we used to keep our speed at 40 km/h. We have done both focal sampling. Focal sampling means focusing on one species, and other is the group focal sampling. Whenever we are watching a group, we tend to see the space focus on a particular single species there. And survey was carried out all the seasons excepting the rainy spells. Questionnaire survey was carried out to know more about the traits, and 2 people are randomly chosen from the village irrespective of gender, occupation, and caste. GS technique are used during the surveying and planning. As my results, we have laid down walking and vehicular transit a total of 3196.10 km from the study area of 29,022.299 square kilometer. Based on the presence data of lizard, 54 villages has been surveyed and 108 responses have been taken out. And one of the major threat, the vehicular transits, roads are the major threats for this lizard, and we have seen 2 major national highways pass through the Jaisalmer district, NH 11 and NH 68. Vehicular road network, as you can see from the first picture, we have in the second map I have digitized all the road networks. The major red lines are showing the primary road networks, and we have total watched 15 mortality episodes. Each mortality episode contained 8 to 15 lizard death of 8 to 15 lizard. And some to Dhanana road, there's one road which is moving from Jaisalmer towards the Dhanana, the last village in one side, and other after that the border starts. This road episode contained maximum mortality of 12 lizards. And even from the 108 respondent, we have seen 53% residents believe that the vehicular speeding or unruly traffic are major cause of death of this lizard. Unsustainable tourism, another one more severe threat for this lizard. As you can see, some desert during the winter times, it is a favorable place for the visit. So most of the tourists, they come at the desert, and they are going for adventure games and sports and other entertainment activities, and they used to do the games which are disturbing the habitat of lizard. And many people, they even try to pet this species because this species is harmless and doesn't bite and doesn't have any poisons in them. So they try to pet them, and due to that, this lizard is where uncontrolled tourism is our second most threat according to the question survey, with an affected rate of 27%. Third is the illegal hunting and poaching. We have not directly cited any illegal hunting and poaching in the region. Although 6 peoples are named with 23 spiny tail lizards from the Desert National Park during the year 2020, and we have also observed 76 instances where reverie or the shepherds or their dogs, they are engaging with the cat and mouse game with the spiny tail lizard. And it is the prominent cause of the death of this lizard is the fatty body layer, believing to have aphrodisiac property. And several communities have used it as a delicacy and use it with the bajra ki roti.
Sorry, Tapan, could you hurry up, please? Running over time.
Yes, sir. Just last slide, sir. IGNP canal, one of the more another major cause of threat, and you can see wherever IGNP is there in the last region, you can see the agriculture is booming there. In the below side of the in the lower side of the map, you can see the agriculture. It is marked by the yellow color, and the upper side you can see the IGNP canal in the blue color. It is one of the major threat. And lastly, I want to say that we have to keep in mind 3 things with the regulation of traffic during the breeding time and prioritization of conservation area and available sufficient working force. We can conserve these species from the desert. It's a key species of the desert and endemic species. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tapan.
Yes, sir.
We have time for one question here. Okay, if not, we'll move on to Garima Singh.
I missed the earlier part. Is this Rajasthan desert?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yes, go ahead, Harshil.
Yes, sir. Garima Singh.
ಹಂಗಲ್ಲ ಸಚ್ಚಿ ಪೂಜಾ ಅವ್ನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು ಪೂಜಾಗ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಡ್ರೆಸ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ.
Go ahead, Garima.
Yes, sir.
Start with your presentation. Garima will be talking about instinct leads bird song within populations.
Yes, sir. Is it visible?
No. I think
Tapan should stop
Tapan,
sharing.
you should stop sharing your.
Dr. Santosh, one announcement. The 2 o'clock plenary session will start on time. Our keynote speaker is with us, Dr. Atanu Kumar Pati. We are happy sir has joined us. So the plenary will start at 2. Garima will have to wind up by 4 + 2 minutes. And
yes, sir,
announcement
sure.
to participants, we are starting the plenary, the keynote at 2. Please make sure there is no background noise coming out. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks. Tapan, could you stop sharing your screen, please? Yes, thank you.
Is this visible? My slide is visible?
Not yet. It's loading, I think.
I think so.
Yes, but it's not on full screen.
Okay.
Yeah, proceed. Keep up time. Proceed.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Today is my presentation topic is instinct lead bird song within population, and we are working on ornithology on behavior of birds. So firstly, I'm telling about the learning and instinct. What is the learning in animal, in birds, and what is the instinct? Learning is the modification of behavior due to the stored information from the previous experience. And if we talk about the birds, then bird engage in the insight learning, a complex mode of learning. They are able to learn by observation and imitation of others. A learned behavior is sometimes acquired by instinct. So we can conclude that the instinct is ability of an animal to perform a behavior of first time it is exposed to the proper stimuli. And here I mentioned that we are working on the field work. We observe behavior on in their natural environment, and we choose our model animal is model bird is Indian robin Copsychus fullicatus. So there are few behavioral observations are there. Okay, so now I'm saying that about the bird song. Birds make song for advertisement of territory or mate acquisition. It is complex structure made up of the small phrases to show male quality in breeding season. Most fitted male use the most complex song. There are two type of voice in birds. One is a song, another is a call. So I am working on song. And our model species is Indian robin Copsychus fullicatus. Its song is discrete, stereotyped, and short, about 1 to 3 minute. And stereotype means the song has a fixed pattern. I'm trying, but it's not moving to next slide. Hello.
Yes.
Yes.
You can escape and then go back.
Okay.
Out of the full screen mode, if you can.
Is this visible?
Yes.
Yes. So we are working on the bird song. We have collected song data for 33 individuals from mid-February to mid-April for 2 breeding season, which is 2020 and 2021 in outskirts of Dehradun town located in Himalaya foothills in northern India. So in breeding season, birds tend to mark territory, but not in the non-breeding season. We mark their territory using German GPX in 3 selected subpopulations in Dehradun town itself. And there is male competition are there to mark the territory. They fight to each other and do not allow to come another male to his territory. And some other behavioral observations are also collected. Now the main point is I am trying to say that what is the instinct and what it affect the bird behavior. Yeah, you can see the all number of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are the territories of the individual of 13 individual. I am not showing all the territories, but in which 13 are there. So I'm saying that in the starting of the breeding season, if individual number 1 start song, then by the instinct individual number 2 start song itself by inspiring the one, or we can see by learning, or we can see by the instinct. As the you say song move through 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4. In meantime, it can be 2 to 11, 3 to 10. But in this study, I found that song move that 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, not directly by the we can say it is not like that ki, individual number 1 start song and incidentally 6 number is a start song. This is not there na. So yeah. So in our finding, we conclude that in a population, song start by the instinct by nearby individual present in just adjacent territory. For the first year individual, it is a instinct, but for the next year individual, we can see the first year individual or second year individual it is learning based on the memory. It may be memory, and also we can say that the song start in the line sequence in a population. Yes, sir. If anyone have any question, it's pleasure to me to answer them.
Okay, thank you, Karima. That was interesting.
Yeah, it's very quick
Yeah,
because of time.
I
It's very
think.
quick summarize.
All right, I think because we have the plenary talk coming up, I think we'll stop this session. And Dr. Jaishankar, we will resume after the plenary session.
The keynote, yes, sir. The second keynote address.
Sorry, the
We'll
second keynote,
start
yes.
from 2 to 3. Yes, Garima, we can understand your concern. That was a wonderful presentation. Yeah,
Thank
the
you, sir.
time
Thank
is
you.
a constraint, true. Like
Yeah,
we
yeah.
wanted to encourage all the research scholars.
Yes, yes. Sir,
Dr.
I am expecting some questions.
Okay, okay. Yeah, yes, if there are questions, yes, we will not stand between you and the
Yes, sir.
participants.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Anybody has any questions to Garima? She's expecting a bird call or a song.
Because
Yes, go ahead,
that's
Ramya.
why. Yeah.
Ramya Shri, go ahead. You can unmute yourself and ask.
Which bird population you have studied, Garima?
Ma'am, Indian robin. It's Indian robin. Copsychus fullicatus.
Okay.
Thank you, all of you.
Thank you, Garima. That was an interesting
Yes.
talk. All right,
Yes.
so over to Dr.
Yes, sir.
Jaishankar. We
Yes,
will.
thank you, sir. So Garima can stop sharing the slide. We'll all
Yes.
stay connected. Be part of the Ethological Society of India.
Yes, yes, sir.
There's a.
I'm some member of the Ethological Society of India.
you.
I recently joined. Yes,
Yes.
yes.
That's one of
And
the purpose of this.
tomorrow I'll be there. Yeah, sir, in the meeting, board meeting.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, yes. Thank you, sir.
Happy being part of it. One of the intention is that to involve as many people involved in animal behavior to be part and to be associated with the SI. Yeah,
Yes,
you can
sir,
stop
yes. Sure,
sharing
sir.
your slide. We are moving on to the keynote session 2. We have an eminent chronobiologist addressing all of you, an expert in the field in our country. It's a privilege to have Dr. Atanu Kumar Pati to address us on the field of chronobiology. So I now call upon Selva Priya to introduce Sir to the audience and the keynote to start. And after the keynote, all the pending oral presentations will resume. Please don't get disheartened. We have Avinash's plenary session shifted to tomorrow, so we have sufficient time to engage all of you. So thank you for understanding, and over to Selva Priya to introduce Sir.
A very good afternoon to everyone present here. I take immense pleasure in introducing the second keynote speaker of the day, Mr. Atanu Kumar Pati. Atanu Kumar Pati graduated from the Utkal University, Bhubaneswar in the year 1975 and subsequently obtained his postgraduate and doctoral degrees in zoology from Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. His PhD thesis was a first in India in the field of circadian physiology. He is a pioneer in human chronobiology with citations in WOS and Scopus. His preoccupation with the Indian Society for Chronobiology as its secretary for 18 years and as its president for 9 years was his outstanding contribution to the chronobiology in India. Pati worked at the Hôpital Paul Brousse, Villejuif, France, in the field of animal behavior and made outstanding contributions. He studied bagworms cognition and the circadian clock in cavefish. He also worked extensively on shift workers and proposed a model aimed at elevating the sufferings of night shift workers. Pati, to his credit, has about 200 scholarly publications, of which 129 are listed in WOS as of now. He guided 30 PhD students and educated about 75 PhD theses. As a principal investigator, he handled 10 extramural research projects in a research career spanning a little over 4 decades. Pati is an elected fellow of the National Academy of Sciences, India 2003. The Indian Society for Chronomedicine elected him as its first fellow in 2015. He is also elected as a fellow of the National Academy of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, India. He is currently working at the Odisha State Higher Education Council, Department of Higher Education, Government of Odisha, Bhubaneswar, India, as an executive member. He is also at the State Pollution Control Board, Odisha, India, as a member since 2018. In addition to all of his achievements, he is currently an emeritus professor at Kalinga Institute of Social Sciences, Bhubaneswar, India, effective from 1st September 2001. We're all very happy to have you among us, sir. Welcome.
We should be grateful that Sir agreed to address us, a renowned scientist, chronobiologist in our country. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation to address students. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Jaishankar. And I'm very much obliged to Dr. Sridhara, Honorable President of Ethological Society of India, and Dr. Victor Lobo, Honorable Principal of St. Joseph's College, Bengaluru. So I'm very happy that I got an invitation. So in the meantime, let me share my presentation. Is it visible?
Yes,
Hello?
sir. The slide is visible, sir, not in the full screen mode.
Okay.
Yes, sir. If it is put in full screen, yeah.
Is it all right?
No, not it, sir. It's you have to go for the yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's now all right. Please, sir, go ahead.
All right. So the title of the lecture is, chronobiology and behavioral rhythms in street animals. So this lecture has been divided into two parts. The first part, I'll just give a brief introduction to the chronobiology, and it is only meant for the newcomers who do not know about chronobiology, not for the experts who are in the audience. So then in the second part, I'll be talking about our studies, especially on the animals that are living on the streets of Indian cities. So if you look at the source of my presentation, then you will find that most of the work I'm going to show that comes from the studies of our own group, myself, my students, and most of the work that has already been published in journals. And some materials I have taken from internet sources. And well, this is a disclaimer. Sorry? Is it audible?
Yes, sir. There was an echo effect if you're using two sources at the same time.
No, I am using single one. I don't know.
Okay, sir. It is now clear, sir. Please go ahead.
Yes. I am using one only. So now if you talk about the chronobiology, so then it is only studies of the clocks. And normally we used to think that clock is there in the head, in the suprachiasmatic nucleus in mammalian models. But later on it was discovered that clock is there everywhere. It is present in each and every cell that we are having in our body. So then if you look at the diversity of the clock, then it can be divided into three major categories. One is the circadian clock, the second one is the interval clock, and third one is the millisecond clock. But I will not be talking about interval clock and millisecond clock. And the reason is that they are not very well studied. And we do not have very significant information on these clocks. But in circadian clock, we have a bit of understanding how it is working and what is its significance, and it is actually omnipresent. It is present in bacteria as well as in all the eukaryotes and prokaryotes. So, but you can come across many other terms. You can come across circa-septan clock, that is showing a periodicity about 1 week. Then we have lunar clock. We come across tidal clock, circa-annual clock, CCR clock, trans-year clock, and of course the last one is bamboo clock, so which has a periodicity of nearly 40 years. This is the slowest clock. So, but I put a question mark because we do not know much about these clocks and the mechanisms as compared with the knowledge that we have on circadian clock. So now I'll give two examples here. These are the marine animals, and you find both, tidal clock as well as lunar clock. So monthly clock is, equated with lunar clock. And interestingly, the tidal clock and the lunar clock, they work independently. There is no dependency between these two. So this is the bristleworm and sea louse. This is the example. And then if you look at the universe, then we'll find that, there are many things which are visible and there are much more that is invisible. So if you look at this slide, you will find that we have, this is the visible right here. And then this is the audible range. And then if you translate this into the biological system, then you can find that we have biological processes that has a periodicity as low as 0.1 second. And then you can see 1 second, that is, cardiac rhythmicity. And then we have 1 minute, 1 hour, 1 day, and 0.5 week, 1 week, 1 month, and so on. So we have, different frequencies are there in the rhythmicity. And these are the rhythms which are getting synchronized with the photic cue as well as the non-photic cue. So this is a very interesting area of study, and all these areas together, that is considered as chronobiology. So now if you look at the clocks at different levels of biological integration, then you find it as a molecular level, cell level, tissue level, and as well as in the whole organismal level. So that means it is present in all levels of biological integration. So then if you look at the animals, then you will find it in bacteria, in fungi, in plants, Drosophila, mammals. So that means it is very pervasive in nature and you find them everywhere. So now look at this. I have made a comparison here of the three different kinds of clocks that I talked in the second slide, that the circadian timing, interval timing, and millisecond timing. And I'll just, you can see here that this is a relative estimation error, and you'll find that we have very less error while we are talking about circadian clock. And all these clocks, interval clocks and millisecond clocks, they have a little bit of, error margin is more. And and if you look try to correspond it to the behavior, then you will find that circadian timing, the sleep wake cycle is the very famous example. And if you look at the hormonal level, then you'll find that the cortisol hormone and melatonin, they are the very good examples. And in the interval timing, you'll relate it to the foraging, decision making. All these are good examples of interval timing. And comes in this category, then the motor control and brain structures involved is the cerebellum. So these are the distinction between these three types of clocks. Now I just want to make the broad definition of different rhythms and around us and within us. So now let us see the 24-hour rhythm. That terminology, we call it as the circadian. And then in the environment, there is something which is very similar or very near to the circadian range, that is called day and night. And if you talk about the lunar rhythm, which comes in the category of infradian, then you have lunar cycle, and that means moon is present. So this moon is synchronizing lunar rhythms. And then circannual means yearly, or you can say seasonal rhythm. And then we have a season, and then it is related with the season. Then if you look at the circaseptan, 7 day rhythms, then we have a weekly rhythm. In many interesting papers are there on weekly rhythms, but there is no environmental correlates. There is absence of environmental correlates except the man-made calendar. So now this ultradian category, again, the tidal rhythm comes in the ultradian category, and we do have tide, but the tide has a very irregular periodicity, and therefore I put a question mark here. So now, if you look at the periodicity, 24-hour rhythm, that shows a period of 24 hours, and we call it a circadian. Circa means approximately, dian means day, 1 day, and lunar rhythm, it has a periodicity of nearly 30 days. Annual and seasonal rhythm, that is a periodicity about 365.25 days. Weekly rhythm, that is 7 days, or say 4 to 3 days. And tidal rhythm, it is multiple waveforms, and they're in the category of ultradian. So now we have seen one kind of classification in the beginning, that is circadian clock, interval clock, and millisecond clock. Now I am classifying in a different ways based on the periodicity. And these terminologies are coined by Professor Franz Halberg in 1977. So there are three basic domains. One is ultradian. Any kind of biological process that is showing a periodicity less than 20 hours is considered as ultradian. Circadian rhythms, they have a periodicity in between 20 hours to 28 hours. And infradian rhythms, they have a periodicity greater than 28 hours. Now, in the circadian category, as I have already told you, that and there are very good examples of melatonin rhythm, cortisol rhythm, body temperature rhythm. And then in the ultradian, we have the brain waves and the heartbeat rhythm. And in the and everything associated with the human menstrual cycle. So now, if you look at the pervasiveness of this circadian clock, you'll find at all levels of the biological processes. You'll have physiological, endocrine, behavioral, psycho-emotional, and cellular level, and all these are it is present everywhere in all the biological processes. So now, biological rhythms basically was first observed in plants, that is around 350 BC, by a Greek philosopher, Androsthenes. And he observed the sleep movement in Tamarindus indica. That is the first recorded evidence of rhythms in plants. So now here is Franz Halberg, and I am with him at Raipur, and he visited us 2 times at Raipur, and I'm very fortunate that he was also the examiner of my PhD thesis, and he actually coined the word circadian, and that is in 1959, and in 1960 it was unequivocally accepted in the Cold Spring Harbor Symposium of Quantitative Biology in 1960. So, and if you look at the circadian rhythms, then there are some, parameters that is associated with circadian rhythms, and it is very essential to measure those parameters. And I'll just briefly describe the 4 important parameters of circadian rhythm. One is known as measure, that is known as midline estimating statistics of rhythm. You can see the periodicity here. Now you see the measure is, that means is the line which is just in the middle of the cyclicity. So if your sampling time point is equivalent, then the measure is nothing but average of 24-hour values. So it is just a simple arithmetic mean if your sampling time is equivalent, equidistance. So this is called as the measure. Now we have amplitude. Amplitude is half of the total predictable change in a rhythm. And sometimes we call it as double amplitude. That means if this and then this both will be added, then it can be called as the double amplitude. So amplitude shows the predictable change in a rhythm. That is, you see, this is the highest point and this is the lowest point in the periodicity. So now we have acrophase. Acrophase means, you see here, this is the peak of the biological rhythm or the circadian rhythm, or whatever the rhythm may be. We we call it technically as acrophase, but in plain language, you can say that time of the peak. So what is this? This is the lag between the reference time point and the time of the rhythm's crest. Crest means the highest point. So normally, in case of circadian rhythm, the local midnight is considered as the reference point. So that means if peak is occurring here, and if this is the local midnight, then this is the time lag between the peak time and the reference time. So that is known as acrophase. And then we have another important function that is called the period. How do we measure the period? So duration of one complete rhythmic cycle measured from one peak to another peak, or from one reference time to the next reference time, as from midnight to midnight in a 24-hour period. So this periodicity is very important function of the circadian clock. So I'll just make a very cartoon diagram to just tell everyone that how different functions their so rhythms in humans especially. Now please look at this area. This is the shaded area, and this
Hello, am I audible? Sir is not audible. Can others confirm?
No, not audible.
Yes,
Sir,
sir isn't audible.
sir, kindly check if you have muted yourself, sir. You have to unmute. Yes, ma'am. Shakuntala, ma'am, your raised hand.
Only the slide is visible.
Exactly. Sir, can you hear us? I believe you have muted your mic. I believe Dr. Aarti is also in the meet. Can Dr. Arti informed sir about this. Hello, sir, can you hear us?
Has anybody got his phone number?
Can you message him?
Yes, Shakuntala ma'am.
Sir, I have a number of Pati sir. I am just calling him.
Okay, okay,
Yes.
sir. Yeah, please. Meanwhile, the announcement for participants, the oral presentations will resume after the keynote address by Dr. Atanu Kumar Pati, and following that will be the poster presentation. So all of you be ready. Please make sure that your PowerPoint presentations are in the full screen mode, and also you stick to the time. That will help others also to finish their presentations today. And oral presentation number 35 onwards will be doing their presentations tomorrow, and also the info poster presentations by undergraduate and postgraduate students is also scheduled tomorrow. For all the ESI members, the general body meeting is also scheduled tomorrow, for your information. I believe sir will rejoin. Another information is we have shared the abstract book with the participants. So I am getting a few queries on that. That will be incorporated and sent to you as early as possible.
Jaishankar?
Sir, here is Bhupendra Kumar Sahu.
Yes, sir. Sir is joined.
Pati sir rejoining. Pati sir is rejoining now.
Admitted into the meeting, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Thank you, sir, for contacting, getting sir back to the meet. Shakuntala, ma'am, you were telling something?
Okay. You to announce the publication of proceedings.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. I believe sir has joined. Sir, can you hear us, sir?
Yes.
Yeah, please share, sir. Go ahead, sir. There was some technical glitch, I believe. Please proceed,
So
sir.
I don't know whether what I spoke until now, whether it was visible.
Yes, sir.
It was visible.
Yes, sir. If you could share the slide, it will be a continuity of that, sir.
Yeah, is it visible now, the slide?
Not yet, sir. It's loading, I believe.
Dr. Pati?
Sir, Dr. Shakuntala Sridhara wants to convey something to you. Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Yeah, please.
Dr. Pati, you are warmly welcome. I should have said it earlier because of the time factor. I thought I'll talk to you later. We are very happy that you are giving such a masterly presentation on chronobiology. Many of the factors we are not actually the cellular rhythms and the rhythms all over the body. What about I think I'll reserve my questions to the later stage. Now you are most welcome, and I'm very thankful that you have come here.
Okay.
Thank
you very much. Dr.
Yes,
Jaishankar.
Yes, sir.
I'm unable to switch on the camera.
So it so happens, once you share the slide, the camera automatically turns off. That is one thing with the MS Teams. Sometimes it happens that way.
Okay.
So you can proceed sharing the slides, sir.
Is it visible?
Not yet, sir. Not yet. Yes, sir. If you could put it onto the full screen mode.
Is it visible now?
Yes, sir. It's visible in the slideshow mode. In the sense,
Okay.
slide after slide. If the full screen mode is put on, it'll be better.
Okay, I'll do it. All right. Is it visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please go ahead, sir. Properties of circadian rhythm. That's a slide.
Okay, okay. You see, there are three important properties of the circadian rhythm. Number one, that it persists even if there is absence of a day and night. That means if I go inside a dark cave where there is no day and night, perpetually dark, the circadian rhythm will not disappear, it will persist. And that persistence is known as free running. The rhythm is free running. But interestingly, while persisting in a constant conditions, it will no longer show the periodicity of 24 hours. It will either show a periodicity which is less than 24 hours or more than 24 hours. Then it is reset by changes in the environmental conditions, most notably the daily light dark and temperature cycles. That means if there is a change in the environmental conditions, so circadian rhythm reset itself. So that is a very important property, because when we are going to America, London, wherever, we are not losing our circadian rhythm. Then there is another important property, that the period is independent of temperatures, but within the physiological range. That means if you are going to north of Europe in winter, then our circadian period remains same. It shows a 24-hour period. It doesn't change. So these are the most three important properties. I'll just give an example. Now see, for example, this is an owl. This is a dark and dark active animal. Now see the dark and light, and this yellow line is the beginning of activity of the owl, and this is end of the activity of the owl. So that means if you go on watching the activity of the owl, you'll find that it is becoming active at the beginning of the sunset, and then the activity ceases as soon as there is sunrise. So that means we can write this equation: Zeitgeber time and circadian time. So circadian time is internal, which is within the organism, and Zeitgeber time is the external, that is the day and night cycle. So then when rhythm is synchronized, at that time GT is equal to CT. But you look at this point. If I remove day and night cycle, make it constantly dark, then you look at the activity of the owl. Owl's activity will be delayed by a couple of minutes every day. So then what will be result? Result will be the period will be greater than 24 hours. And in this condition, no longer GT is equal to CT. So that this condition is known as free running rhythm. And this is the first property of the circadian rhythm. Now you see, this is another graphical example that you see LD, synchronized rhythm, DD, free running rhythm, tau is greater than 24 hours. But tau is always not greater than 24 hours. Sometimes it is less than 24 hours also. Now see, this is the pattern. In some organism, when you put them in constant conditions, then the rhythm gets advanced every day by a couple of minutes. Again, this is also free running rhythm. What is the difference between this and this? Here, the rhythm is less than 24 hours, and there it was rhythm was greater than 24 hours. So that means in constant conditions, our rhythm free runs with an altered tau, but it never show exactly 24-hour tau. So that is the most important property. Second property is that, you see, it is a synchronized rhythm. And if you shift the Jaeger cycle by 6 hours, then the rhythm of the organism will again resynchronize with the new light and dark cycle. But it will take a couple of days to do that. And these days are known as the transients. And then again, if you do the reverse again, that means you plus 6 hours, advance it, then again, it will take a couple of days to resynchronize. And this is known as, transients. So this is what happening when we are going to north or east, we are going to Australia, or say going to US, and that is what we are experiencing. But the circadian rhythm always gets synchronized. Now, this is another important property. That means you see this is 20 degrees centigrade and this is 10 degrees centigrade, but the tau is the same. The period is the same. If you calculate Q10, then it will be equivalent to 1 o'clock. So this is known as temperature compensation. And these are the most important properties of circadian rhythm. There are many other minor properties which I am not going to discuss here. So then, if you see this very simple linear model of the circadian clock, then you'll find that we have three things. One is the time giver, say light and dark cycle, and then we have a pacemaker, say, for example, in mammals, it is suprachiasmatic nucleus, and then we have the observable rhythms, the rhythms that we are able to see. So now there is a photoreceptor, then we call it as pacemaker, and coupling pathways are there, and then finally we see the observable rhythmic outputs. So this is the very simple basic model. So now if you see that light, then light is going through this, that is through the eyes and retinohypothalamic tract, and then it is at the suprachiasmatic nucleus, where we call it as the seat of the master clock. And from there, the signal is going to the pineal gland, and the pineal gland is secreting melatonin in the dark phase of the day and night cycle. This is the very basic model of the in the human system. So if you look at the detailed coordination of the central clock, then you'll find that suprachiasmatic nucleus is perceiving light and dark signals through the retinohypothalamic tract, and then through the PVN, it is going, and the signal is going to the pineal gland, and then melatonin secretion is taking place, and it is also there is a feedback loop at the suprachiasmatic nucleus, as receptors are there at the suprachiasmatic nucleus, melatonin receptors. Then if you see the manifestations of the rhythms, then you will find our rest activity rhythm is controlled by the suprachiasmatic nucleus, and many cellular and molecular functions are controlled by the suprachiasmatic nucleus. So you know that in 2017, and three Americans, they got the Nobel Prize. Why they got the Nobel Prize? Because they deciphered the inner molecular chemistry of the circadian clock using fruit fly Drosophila as the model organism. So, so now their research explains how living organisms synchronize their circadian rhythms with the day-night cycle of the nature. So now I would like, basically the credit goes to Ron Konopka and Seymour Benjer, who first isolated the mutants and the rhythm gene mutants, period mutants in Drosophila, and they identified, one arrhythmic mutant, then short period mutant, which has a periodicity of 19 hours, and long period mutant, which has a periodicity of 29 hours. So, and now they also corresponded all those rhythms, that the clock mutants eclosion rhythm, and it exactly follows that the short period mutant is different from the long period mutant. Now you see that this is the long period mutant and this is the short period mutant, and you will find a clear-cut difference in the eclosion rhythms. So now, in the Nobel Prize, why they got Nobel Prize? Because they deciphered that this PAR protein, you see, and the PAR protein is secreted, is synthesized in the nucleus, then goes out the cytoplasm, and then you see it again enters into the cytoplasm in the nucleus, and then inhibits its own function. You see, this is complete inhibition. Now you see, this is how it goes on, and it takes 24 hours. The entire process takes 24 hours. Later on, they discovered that maybe that the PAR protein alone is not doing this. There must be some other protein, and they found that there is another protein which is known as timeless protein. They abbreviated as TEAM. So now see the PAR and TEAM, they together enter into the nucleus and then inhibit their own synthesis expression. So this is how the circadian clock is operating in the Drosophila model. And by now we have a lot of knowledge about the molecular mechanisms of mammalian circadian clock as well. So looking at the time, I'll skip couple of slides and then I'll go to the another important area that I wanted to speak. So now I come here exactly that our recent work on the street animals. All of you must be associated experiencing street animals in your day-to-day life, and this is a picture taken by my students who is going to present a paper in this conference as well. So it is the Raipur city, and then recently in Sambalpur we did work on street dogs, and then we discovered a circadian rhythm in their behavioral activities. And this was published in Chronobiology International in the year 2019. And now see what we discovered that in Scopus database didn't reveal any studies on the temporal behavioral patterns of stray street dogs. In this study, we made an attempt to determine the abundance of street dogs and their behavioral patterns along a longitudinal time scale spanning 72 hours continuously. So now see, for finding out the abundance, we have used this Lincoln index, that is N2 into N1 by N3, and here is the formula written here. So we can find out that what is the abundance. In Sambalpur city, we have taken 10 different locations of the city, and then you see these are the different locations, and then we measured the abundance in different locations of the city, and then you see we use that Lincoln formula. Now you see that this is the first day, and in the the third day. So this is a photographic capture recapture method, because with the dog one you cannot catch them and label them. So we take a picture on the first day in a particular locality. Then we took the picture on the third day in a particular locality, and then we use that formula. You see this formula, that is using this formula we could able to find out the abundance. Now see the dog in the first day it is present, in the second day also it is present, so therefore they are carrying the similar. Now see this one and this one and this one and this one. So well, so this one is present here but not here, so therefore it is not tagged. Similarly, there are some new dogs are also available. So by using this formula, we can able to calculate what is the abundance in the particular locality. So now see, in Sambalpur city, there is a place called PC Bridge, and there is another place called Dhanupali Chowk. So these two places can be communicated or connected in many different ways. So now you see we have taken this way first, and we try to find out how many dogs are present on both sides of the road. And in another, you see, we can reach the same place by taking another route. And this is the second example. Then this is the third example. We can take another route, yet another route, and find out that how many dogs are present on both sides of the road. So now, if you see the route label, then you'll find that this is the route 1, route 2, and route 3. And you can see that number of dogs cited, they may be different if you take different routes. And this is male and females. You can find out that number of males are higher irrespective of different routes. So I don't know, the slide is not moving.
Yes, sir. This is the graph on the number of dogs cited against.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the one. Sir.
No, that's not the point. Point is the slide is not moving.
Moving. Okay.
How to get rid of this?
You can stop sharing and then reshare, sir. That's one option. And if that bar that is showing you of stop sharing,
yes, it's working now.
Okay,
it's working. Okay.
Yes, so you can click on that hide option so that that bar that is showing there will disappear.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's okay now. Okay, now see.
Yes.
We have taken the pictures at different time of the day. Then and this is 1 o'clock. This is 7 o'clock in the morning. This is 1 o'clock afternoon and 7 p.m. And we did this for 72 hours continuously. Then you can find that dogs and then different positions. So now we resting dogs and standing dogs, and we found out the rhythm in this behavior. And you see, we activity count, log transform data, and this is at 3 different routes, and you can see that there is a very good correspondence. I mean, the peak timing there looks very synchronized. You can see when you mix these two data together, that is resting and standing activity, and you find that there is a very well synchronized rhythm. So this study documents a statistically significant circadian rhythm in activities of the street dogs. And it is likely that similar phenomenon might be common occurrence in many urban areas of the world. So now, one of our colleagues is going to present in this conference that people's perception of free-ranging urban dogs. And maybe later on it will come up. So I inform this to the honorable audience. So now we have another paper that we worked on circadian variations in foraging and resting standing activity patterns of the stray street cattle of urban Sambalpur. And this is published in Biological Rhythm Research. And here also we have taken about 12 sites in urban Sambalpur. And then we did the same method that I described earlier. So it's a capture and recapture method. And you can see that, we have marked tagged them, just comparing the pictures taken on the first day and the third day. And then we found this rhythm, activity, log transform data. Now it's in the male. You see, this is the male, and this is the female, and this is the total cattle. It's a very good 24-hour fitted cosine curve for foraging behavior of street cattle and cows. So if you go it different site wise, then you'll find that say male, female, this is very overlapping, and there is a very good synchronization in the foraging activity of the cattle and different locality of the. Again, it is taken at different time point of the day. photographs, and then we found them. You see that it is 7 o'clock, and then there are a lot of cattle there sleeping. So then if you do it standing and resting activity in the cattle, then you will find that there is a well statistically significant circadian rhythm in the cattle's behavior. And here also, so here also there are localized wise, locality wise, the rhythmic behavior has been charted, and that appears to be very synchronized. Then we did lot of studies. 1 minute. Hello. Okay. Okay. So you see the Raipur studies, and we did time of the day and seasonal variation in foraging behavior of street cattle of urban Raipur. And then also we wrote a review, behavior and foraging ecology of cattle. And then we did another study, that is just spatio-temporal variability in activity patterns of urban street cattle as a function of environmental factors. Then in another study, a population estimation study reveals a staggeringly high number of cattle on the streets of urban Raipur in India. So this work was, cited in a podcast which was published in Scientific American 60-second science category, and this has been covered by many media, especially electronic media. This particular study that was published in PLOS ONE. So I mean, I think my time is going up, so I'll just summarize that. What is happening. One of my students will be presenting the intra and the inter species interaction on the street, and especially he will be talking about that how human, cattle and ducks, they're interacting with each other, and he will be focusing on that, and he'll be surprised to know that and these three species, humans, the cattle and the dogs, they have somehow developed tolerance for each other. That is the study what it indicates. So I'll just quickly skip all those slides and go to the last one because of the paucity of time. So now you see, yes, 1 minute. So we have a very significant circadian rhythm in foraging behavior, and one very interesting finding that was discovered, that normally in cattle's abroad, they stop foraging when temperature reaches 30 degree. But in our studies at Raipur, they keep on busy in the foraging even at temperature as high as 40 degree and above. So studies conducted by us in 2 Indian cities can help the governments to tackle animal menace on the streets of India and other countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that wonderful
So
presentation.
I'll love to answer a couple of questions.
Okay, sir. We'll open the floor for any question and answer, though the keynote we didn't include, but yes, sir. Yeah, participants, you have heard the expert speak on chronobiology, one of the best minds in India on chronobiology, Dr. Atanu Kumar Pati. If there are any doubts, clarifications?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes.
Dr. Pati, this is Dr. Shakuntala Sridhara.
Please, ma'am, namaskar.
Namaste. Thank you very much for coming and giving such an excellent talk on chronobiology. I just want to know what is your view on climate change, on these rhythms, both intrinsic and extrinsic.
Yeah,
Any
actually, you
studies?
see,
Huh?
the street animals,
Uh,
which are we find in the Indian streets,
uh,
sometimes because there is not much time, I couldn't show all the things.
okay.
Sometimes there is complete chaos on the streets, and
Okay.
even the traffic and how many people are killed every day because
Mm,
of the menace. And
mm,
these cattle, when they're on the streets, they're indirectly contributing to the climate change as well.
mm.
Okay, so
Okay.
then we need to study that
Mm.
how they are influencing the climate change. That aspect of the street animals linking to climate change is very less understood. But I'm sure they are contributing to the climate change as well.
There is a theory that the fecal matter of
Yeah,
the
yeah,
livestock liberates lot of methane,
yes,
which contributes to climate change, higher temperatures.
yes, yes.
That is one thing. And you said that the cattle in cold countries in Europe stop feeding at 30 degrees centigrade, whereas
Yeah,
in
in
Indian,
nature,
in
in
Indian
nature.
situation, even at 40 degrees, they keep on feeding.
Yes, yes,
So this is some sort of a thermal adaptation in tropics and cold countries, right?
exactly. So then there is another interesting thing happening in
Mm.
the rural areas. What people are doing, that they are just putting their cattle on the truck
Mm.
and they're going say 25 miles or 30 miles and dropping all those cattle in another village. So then, then what is happening? Well, it's a very interesting phenomenon. We are planning to study that.
Uh-huh.
Then you'll find that
Mm.
many cattle, they have and they're really ownerless, and you cannot do anything with that. And people, their crop and all the productive things are destroyed by the cattle, and the cattle has become stray in one sense. You can say feral cattle, ownerless feral cattle, and they
Mm.
become gradually little shy from the human beings also,
Mhm.
right?
But the basic question is why people are transporting the cattle and leaving somewhere else.
Because some of the cattle are not productive. Say, for
They're
example,
homeless, homeless
uh,
cattle,
yeah,
homeless
some,
cattle.
you see, I'm staying in Bhubaneswar city now.
Uh,
I find lot of cattle on the street, and I found that there are mostly they're males, because males are not productive.
okay, okay,
Nobody is
non-productive,
using,
non-productive. Okay.
nobody is using them in the field anymore, because tractors are there, all mechanized cultivation is there.
Yes, yes.
So simply they leave them on the street. And
Okay.
then, because of the religious sentiment,
Mm.
nobody tries to disturb
Kill
them,
them, kill them. Okay.
kill them. And you
Mm.
cannot, there is a ban on,
Mm.
eating beef in
Yes.
many states of India.
Okay. It is a socio-cultural religious problem.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
This is Gita Bali. Just a comment. The situation is the same, though there is no religious sentiments attached. It is the
Yeah,
same. Camel in Rajasthan.
exactly.
Stray
And
camels.
yeah,
Yeah, Harshal, you have raised your hand. Go ahead.
yes.
Harshal David, we are not able to hear you. Your hand is raised to ask a query. Please go ahead.
Yes, please.
If you are not able to unmute, you can also type the question in the chat box.
ಇದ್ದೇ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ತೂಗಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ.
Okay, I believe that's not yielding into the situation. Sir, thank you, sir. With that, if there are any queries, we'll mail it to you from the
Thank you very
participants.
much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sparing your time,
And I'm
sharing
obliged to Dr.
information
Sakuntala Sridhara.
about chronobiology aspect.
Yeah, for inviting me.
Participants.
Thank you very much.
Welcome, sir. Okay, with that, we are done with the keynote address 2 as in the schedule, and we will now resume the oral presentations which were halted before lunch. So if the oral presenters are all here, then we will resume the session.
Hello, Dr. Jaishankar.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So we're resuming the session?
Dr. Santosh, session, yes. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, let's see here. So then
Okay,
in that case...
over to Dr. Santosh. We had, yeah. Just to give a reminder, sir, the 9th presenter had completed Garima Singh on birdsong.
Yes.
We will start from 10. That is Namish Chauhan, Vipul Bamania, Jatin Raval group. Yeah, over to presentation number 10, and also to the chairperson, Dr. Santosh Jagdishan, Faculty Department of Zoology, School of Life Sciences, St. Joseph's College. Yes, yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Jaishankar. Okay, so we'll resume with where we left off. Is Naimish Chauhan?
Yes,
here?
sir.
Naimish? Okay.
Yes, sir.
So Naimish should be talking about correlation of habitat with flight path of butterflies, Nymphalidae and Pieridae. So go ahead, Naimish.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir.
And so I would advise all presenters to be ready with their presentation, and also, if you can, keep the introduction short so that we can just move to the results, and so that way everybody gets time. Thank you. Go ahead, Naimish. I can see your presentation.
Okay, sir. Is it visible, sir?
Yes, yes.
Okay, sir.
Go ahead.
So today's my presentation topic is a correlation of habitat with the flight path in Nymphalid and Pieridae at Valiyawad, Junagadh, Gujarat. The first is the introduction. The largest insect is thought to be the more mobile and hence being the better capable of the covering large distance and colonizing area. But in case of butterfly, it's totally depend upon the how much the wingspan of these butterfly species. The larger the wingspans, they cover more distance, while the shorter the wings butterfly, they cover less distance. With respect to habitat use, we studied whether the presence of nectar host plants, larval host plants, and long grasses trees affected the two species differently. The two species are, the first is Danos crassipus and the second one is the Catopsilia pomona. And this study's report on the comparative study examined interspecific variation in flight path, which means how the distance they cover, how much distance they cover, and then behavioral variation, including flight attributes, which include the flight time records, and non-flight attributes, which include the resting, nectaring, and basking time periods. There is a variation in habitat use, how they utilize their habitat, and the correlation between this factor in D. crassipus and C. pomona. The next is the materials and method. The study area. The study was conducted from the September 2021 to December 21 at Valiyawad Dam and their adjacent areas, Junagadh, Gujarat, and this region is spread in a 138.37 acres. The method we used is first of all the species were caught by the hand sweeping net and coded with the marker band at both hind wings of the butterfly. and then the butterfly was released 5 meters away from the catching site, and then butterfly was followed at the distance of 2 to 5 meters without disturbing them. The time spent in each activity, which including flight, basking, nectaring, ovipositioning, resting, were recorded, and each individual butterfly was followed for 30 minutes or until they lost from sight. And we also measured the distance they cover. This is the map site. And we studied the different vegetation patches. This is the how we mark the species, both the species. The left one is the Chrysippus and the right one is the C. pomona. And we mark the species. We with the help of a point, we along with the mesh size, we mark the species. And this is the result section. The results reveals that how the specific butterfly utilize their habitat, and also indicate that the vegetation patches with enough nectar resources which are used for their energy purpose and the reproduction purpose, and then larval host plant which are required by this the second stage of the butterfly life history uh, are more suitable for butterfly in the sense for completing their life history. This is the graph. They show the average distance covered by the species. In September, the C. pomona and the Chrysippus covered the more distance, which are followed by the October, November, and the December. And when we compare both the species, the D. Chrysippus covered more distance as compared to C. pomona. This graph shows the average of habitat utilized by the species. In September and October, the time record for the flight attributes, which is the flight, was much more higher than the other non-flight attributes, which including rest, nectaring, and basking. While in November and December, the time period for flight attributes was less than the other non-flight attributes, and basking period became dormant in these months because the November and December are the months of winter, and when the temperatures become down, and they need to maintain their body temperature. They will bask more time. From September to November, the Chrysippus spent more time in flight attributes, while the non-flight attributes as compared to C. pomona. The discussion of this study, we have shown that the duration of the flight bouts and net displacement of the butterfly generally increased with the temperature, which is said by this author. But in our study, the duration of flight was increased with the high temperatures and decreased when the temperatures become low. Within the sites, great cells with the long vegetation, shrubs, and nectars were more likely to be occupied by the P. tithonus. This points be combined importance of the shelter and nectar supply and probably oviposition site, which is said by this author. But in our study, the patches with enough larval host plants and nectar host plants utilized by the Chrysippus and the pomona were important for completing life history. Moreover, there is also evidence that the butterfly dispersal is not only a matter of non-random patterns, but also of a non-random sample of individual going for a non-random bulk. That means the butterfly utilize their all the activities by the systemic way. But in our case, it not be seen in our study, and this study help in making a proper conservation strategies in future by enhancing the area with a suitable vegetation which is required by the specific butterfly. These are the references. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Naimish. Any questions for Naimish? Okay, thank you then, Naimish. Looks like there's no questions. We'll move on to the next talk. Vipul Kachbaha, are you here?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, Vipul, go ahead. Vipul will be talking about assessment of distribution and threats to the Great Indian Bustard in the Thar Desert using the questionnaires.
Good afternoon. As you know, I am working on Great Indian Bustard, which is the state bird of Rajasthan. Now it is found majorly in the western Rajasthan only. As you can see in this map, the pink area showing which is birds are extinct from this pink area, and yellow location shows the possible extents. Male GIB is marked with the black breastband, and females are characterized by the absence or incomplete of this black breastband. It is endemic to Indian subcontinent only and now survive in the fewer pockets of Desert National Park in the western Rajasthan. It is a critically endangered as per the IUCN and Appendix 1 and Schedule 1 according to the CITES and Wildlife Protection Act 1972. Our study was carried out in the Thar Desert of Rajasthan. Our area was divided into three major blocks: the IGNP block, DNP block, and the Pokhran block. We have surveyed the area about 31,440 kilometers square in Jaisalmer and the Barmer district, which was divided by the grids, each of size 144 square kilometer. Only the area which was unable to access was the Indo-Pak border area and the firing range of the Pokhran block. In this sampling, we have done the systematic grid-based sampling of 12 by 12 kilometer. The area was divided into grid of 12 by 12 kilometer. We have extensively surveyed using vehicular, and total transect length was 13,695 till today. Extensive survey. Then, from this extensive survey, we have noted down the potential grids which was possibly having GIB population. These were the 54 total potential grids from the study area. This study was based on the community survey in which we have collected ordinal data. The data was categorized into 4 categories: the agree, disagree, neutral, and no response, which was categorized by 1, 2, 3, and 4 numbering respectively. This data was then analyzed in the SPSS software. First, we have talked about the demography of the village, in which we have taken the age groups, which was categorized into three category of age group. Gender was categorized into 2 groups. Education level was categorized into 2 groups. Income was categorized into 3 groups. That is below 6,000 to 10,000 and above 10,000. The middle income population is more because in desert people are mostly depend on natural resources and livestock. Five caste categories was found in the study villages. In our community survey, the questions were divided in the 5 classes, that is about the GIB, about the herbivores present, the carnivores present, and threats and habitat to the GIBs. In the first class about GIB is not distributed in the village area. Nowadays, it is not seen in the agriculture field because due to the change in the farming techniques and introduction of the cash crops, the majority of the birds move towards the forest lands. And many wild herbivores are present at many instances. Wild herbivores, livestock are seen sharing the similar habitat. Due to overgrazing and the presence of animals, it affects the GIB distribution. Because GIB is a shy bird, we have noted only one person who has observed the herbivore, that was the wild boar who has stamped on the egg of the GIB. And during the survey about the carnivores present in the area of the GIB, many times wild carnivores was observed in the village hunting the calves of the livestock. And when we talk about the carnivores and GIB habitat, about 92% people answered that where there is wild carnivore, GIB will not come there. And 73% people believe that presence of carnivores affects the population of the great Indian bustard. On talk on the threats of the great Indian bustard, the major threat to the great Indian bustard was observed is the overgrazing. Then during the field sampling, we have also observed overgrazing by livestock even in the enclosures of the Desert National Park. And secondly, the threat was the feral dog chasing the great Indian bustard. The presence of these feral dogs also affects the distribution of the great Indian bustard even in the closed areas of the Desert National Park, which is guarded by the forest officials. Then our last
Sorry
class
to
was
bother you. Sorry to
the
interrupt.
habitat.
Could you hurry up, please?
Yeah. Hello.
Uh, could you hurry up, please? You're running out of time. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Desert, we have observed that desert is the safest habitat for the GIB. GIB is also known as the key species of desert grassland as it prefers the seven grasses along with the plantation of care and ziziphus. GIB prefers the enclosed forest grassland because it has less anthropogenic disturbance. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vipul. Are there any questions from the audience for Vipul? Okay, in which case we will move on to the next. Thank you again, Vipul, for your presentation. You can stop sharing your screen now. Okay, so our next speaker will be Arumugam Vinod Kumar.
Yes, sir. I'm here, sir.
Yeah, great. Go ahead. So the Arumugam will be talking about an unexpected relationship between the universal pollinator rock bees, Apis dorsata, and the farmer's friend, native breed of the Bargur cattle.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. Dr. Arumugam.
Thank you, sir. I'm Vinod Kumar from Bharathasan University. Now I'm going to present an unexpected relationship between universal pollinator rock bee and the farmer's friend native breed Bargur breed cattle. Introduction to this study. Disease management is a major challenge in apiculture because honeybees are really susceptible to all its diseases. In fact, the universal pollinator use natural defensive mechanism to protect themselves from their predator as well as disease. However, the process of natural defensive mechanism has been poorly understood. In this current juncture, we came across an unexpected relationship between the honeybees and cows. Around 20 bees were arrived into the cowshed where we did our sample collection. It's suddenly begin to collect the cow's urine without causing any harm to the cows. This is the bee species which enters into the cowshed. These are all the two common diseases which is caused by bacteria and fungus. Our test animal is Bargur breed cattle. Male animal is showed on top of the slide and female is here. Our study area is Bargur Cattle Research Station, Bargur Hills at Erode, Tamil Nadu. We chose this animal because it's an endangered animal. Overall population of this animal is below 10,000. Still, it's have some peculiar character. It's a compact animal. We can keep many animals in a small space, and also milk has a highly medicinal value. Local people are using its milk to treat the wound and fractured bone. Basically, we are working in pheromone biology. Currently, we are working in improvement of reproductive efficiency in Bargur breed cattle. While our sample collection, we have recorded a video. We have a small video clipping regarding our presentation. In this video, we can see the honeybee is searching for a correct place to collect the cow's urine because it always prefer the semi-dried area of cow's urine. We can see it's searching. Once it's find a good place, it started to pump its abdomen. Honeybee used to pump its abdomen while collecting the nectar. So it's clear that honeybee is collecting the cow's urine. After collecting that particular place, it again search to collect urine in another place. Even the cow lift its leg is returned to the honeybee. It doesn't attack the cow or fly away from that particular place. Sorry for the shaky video. Really, it's an unexpected arrival and unexpected video record. But still, we can see the detail what we want. See, still the honeybee is sucking its urine, cow's urine. we came across this scenario. We puzzled and went for a literature survey, and we got some interesting informations. That is first one is conflict between the Gilbert crow and honeybees. Honeybees were stung the vulva region of Gilbert, and it was treated by Savalia in the year of 2015. On the flip side, beekeepers are using cow urine to protect their colonies and bees from the infection, both fungal and bacterial infection. In the year of 2020, Heather R. Matilda and her group were first time documented one scenario. Bees are using cow dung to repel its predator, that is American hornet, by smearing the cow dung on its beehive box. Based on the above findings and investigation, we hereby speculate that the honeybees collect the cow urine for the purpose of defensive mechanism against microbial infection, indicating commensalism. We are the first one who's reporting that commensalism